15, you say. 15, not 14. 15. You ready? It wasn't on purpose, but I 100% look like I'm trying to be a Final Fantasy 15 character. I found this, bro. Okay, normally I get really pissed when people are like, do you shop in the kids section? I'm like, no. I went to a charity shop today because I had to go to like 4 different pharmacies and one of them was next to one of my favorite charity shops. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going in because I've had a day, right? Went in, went to the kids section and straight up found this for £4. It fits me perfectly. It's intended for a 12-year-old. I don't even give a shit. It made me so happy. I put it on and I was like, it fits perfect. Look, don't buy, I don't care if it's real leather or fake leather. I don't care. Don't buy a leather jacket new. Don't bother. What? Why? Let someone else break that shit in for you and then buy it for cheaper? Absolutely. It's so good. Drip check. Okay, so if I look cool now, but if I lift myself up even just a little, there's a cat. So, you know, that's a secret for you and I. Even cooler. Good. How many belts are you wearing? No, I don't own a belt. My hips don't lie. I don't need belts. So, but for fashion, I should have belts. I've been rewatching your VODs of you playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake. You look like you belong there. Just Final Fantasy in general, I guess. Yeah, I need more buckles. I need buckles that don't do anything. And then I need belts. I need boots, huge boots, platforms. I got a red leather jacket from my mom that was in the attic for 20 to 30 years. Oh my God. I feel like leather jackets are like wine. The older they are, the more you're like, this feels incredible. Write that down. I don't have one of my earrings really should be dangly. I don't have a dangly earring currently. I picked up a brand new pair of platform stompy boots last week in a charity shop for $12. I love that. Sam hates that I still use the term bucks, even though I'm in England. He doesn't hate it, but he points it out often. Like, you know that bucks does not apply in this country, right? That is a hyper-specific American thing. Too bad! You're saying they weren't trading buckskins out here? Can't believe it. Yeah. I had to call 111 for the first time ever last night. It's a non-emergency medical hotline, basically, that's in this country. I had never used it before. I'm not going to go into why I was using it, but again, it is a non-emergency situation, right? But I was calling them, and they're actually lovely. I was expecting it to be a whole rigmarole. I was really surprised with how streamlined it is. I was talking about it with my mods, and they were saying that it didn't used to be as streamlined as it is now. It's improved quite a bit. But I was pleasantly surprised because in the past I've been told, like, you should really just call 111 for this thing. And I've been like, that seems like I'm probably going to get the runaround, right? It's great. Every person, I've now talked to 4 different people using 111 because we had a mix up and I had to call them back this morning. All 4 people that I've talked to have been extremely helpful, super patient, really sweet and knowledgeable. It's been great. Highly recommend. I was like, I will use this in the future because I was like, Sam, we might need to like take Clarky in for a thing. And he was like, okay. And I looked it up and it was like, for this sort of a thing, you can call 111. So I was like, fine, fuck it. I'll do it. It's the middle of the night. I'll just do it. Right. And they were able to like go through all the symptoms with me, figure out what was wrong, prescribe medication for her, make sure that the medication was going to be available in the morning when we woke up. Like they did so that we didn't, it was so nice. They were so great. The mix up though happened when Sam went out this morning to pick up the medication and they were like, we can't find you in the system. So I had to call back and be like, hey, we did this whole fucking thing, but they can't find us. And they were like, all right, I'm so sorry about that. We are going to have to like do the assessment process again. It won't be the full thing though, because we've already done that, right? We just need to like restart the process. And I was like, okay. So did the process again. And I think looking back on the conversation that the pharmacy that I was saying to send it to, that we got confused with each other, right? Because it's a chain, unfortunately. So I think that the one that I was saying to send it to, potentially I was either saying the wrong one or they were saying the wrong one and I thought it was the right one. It was just like a weird thing. So what wound up happening this morning is Sam went to one and they said, no, it's not here. Came back, spent like an hour trying to get it sorted out. Went out to the one that I thought we had sent it to. And they were like, we also don't have it. And I was like, what the fuck? My kid's already like an hour and a half late for school, right? So I just took her to school and was like, I will get this sorted while you're at school. She was like, okay, mom, love you. Went to the same pharmacy again and was like, are you sure? Here's our like code that you should be able to put in. Here's my kid's NHS number. They were like, we don't have anything for her. I was like, okay. Went back to the original one that Sam went to this morning. And they were like, oh yeah, we have it. Like, Jesus Christ. Why? But anyways, got it all sorted. Got my kid's medicine. Got my cat's medicine. My cat has a little tube on her neck now. She seems to be... at first she was really mad about it. She seems to be over it now. She's sleeping happily. So, you know, everybody in this house that needed some form of medical attention has been seen to. So I've done my job and I got a fake leather jacket from the kids section. So I can't really complain about today too much. Just got really annoyed. I have to get my son's medicine later and you're giving me nightmares. If in our situation, we have never had to get medicine for Clark before, which I think was part of the problem, is that she just like we've never had to get medicine for her. I don't know, but it's all sorted. What's wrong with Watson? She has sores that have been popping up on her body for years now. When we were in America, we treated it as an allergy. When we came here, treated it the same way that it's been treated in Los Angeles, but it doesn't last long. The treatment, it only seems to do something for like a day, right? Maybe a few days, maybe a week. But eventually they just come back and then she licks them constantly. She like anxiety licks them, right? So took her back in and was like, they're getting worse. She won't leave them alone. I don't know what to do. So now we're in a whole thing with this cat of, okay, we're going to swap all of her food to hypoallergenic food. We're putting her on steroids for a month. We're doing this, we're doing that. We're going to figure out how to like get her back to neutral at the very least, and then try to address potential things that are upsetting her. And if nothing works and nothing goes away, we will put her on something that's like a lifelong, you know, like a really long-term allergy sort of thing. But yeah. And now I'm a Final Fantasy character. Yeah. Which I'm very cool with. I know. Yeah. She should be fine. Apparently, Clark's medicine she only needs for a couple days. So her situation should go away quick. One of the things that we're dealing with Clark is a thing that I dealt with until I was, and Clark asked this too. I had like an eczema rash that would show up on my legs when I was a kid, but it lasted until I was like in my 20s, maybe early 20s, and then it went away and I've never dealt with it again. And it started happening to Clark. She's starting to get these eczema rashes all over her legs. And I was like, oh, I used to get those. And she was like, oh, when did you stop getting them? I was like, when I was a grown up. When I was a grown up, they went away. She was like, oh. So, I would love to figure out how to deal with that for her, because at least when I was younger, the only way that we could figure out how to deal with it was lotion and going out in the sun. The sun like really helped. But you know, I grew up in Oregon where there wasn't much sun, and now we live in England where there isn't much sun. So it's not like an easy, like, yeah, just throw on some sunscreen and just like sit in the sun for a while sort of situation, you know? But yeah, if you get like frequent rashes, potentially, going in the sun would help. I got when I was a teenager, I joined like a tanning bed place, because when they would get really bad, I could throw on some sunscreen and like lay in a tanning bed and it helped. But that was like my only option, because there's no goddamn sun. I think it must have been a hormonal thing too, considering that it like went away once I reached a certain age, and that certain age was like 21, 22, you know? So yeah. Yeah, and I'm not about to take my kid to a tanning salon, no. I have an annoying rash on my arm and it's sunny today. I'm going to try this treatment. See if it helps. But be warned, heat rashes are also a thing. So like, you know, don't trade one rash for another. Be sensible. We are getting close to the medical advice rule. You're right. My mom, people are talking about vitamin D now. My mom, it turned out my mom was taking so many supplements that when she went to the doctors, they were like, you are overdosing on vitamin D. And she was like, what? They were like, what are you taking? And it turned out that she was taking like too many things that had vitamin D in them. So she had like the opposite issue to me, where Sam and I both, every time we get like blood work or anything done, they're like, you could really use some more vitamin D. And we're like, yeah, you think? My mom had too much. She was taking too much vitamin D and had to like look at the supplements she was taking and figure out like how to adjust stuff. So yeah, it was pretty funny. Too much. I didn't know you could OD on vitamin. I mean, you can have too much of anything. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want too much of too little of like vitamins and things is bad. Too much of them is also bad. I took too much B2 once and my pee was luminous. Good. Yeah. So if you're taking a multivitamin, be careful about taking other stuff that also like piles on the same vitamins. And also talk to a doctor because I am not one. Get out of here, dude. As always, Costa lattes, not amazing. Not great, but you know, I didn't have time. I was waiting for a prescription, and I thought, what can I do while I'm waiting for this prescription? I'll get a latte, I guess. But every time I get a latte from Costa, I'm like, this is disappointing. It makes me sad because there are so many fucking Costas everywhere. This reminds me of the Magic School Bus where Arnold becomes orange. So our current, I am trying very hard to move toward, just not mentioning or commenting on the things that my kid chooses to eat at dinner. I'm trying really, really hard not to do it. There is a deep part of me that is like, I want to make sure, and I think that this is true for most parents, right? I want to make sure that my kid is eating the things that she needs for her body, right? And I do a lot of research, and I try really hard because my kid goes through like intensely picky phases, right? Sam is really good about just being like, I'm sure she's fine, right? But I used to get TMI, but when I was little, I used to get constipated a lot because my dad was very like, she's probably fine, right? And I would get constipated all the time. And one time it was bad enough that it's like a core memory. Like, it was so awful. So there's a part of me that's like, I just don't want that sort of thing to happen to my kid, right? You're all saying but. There isn't a but here. So we've adjusted dinner time stuff in like a big way for me, I think. I used to like put everybody's plates together. And then I'm also a busybody, so like I would make sure that Sam and Clark could like sit and start eating, but I would still be doing shit, you know? So I'm trying new shit here, okay? I'm trying to every dinner is family style. So all of the food that we're going to eat, I just put out in bowls or whatever on the table. I make sure there's water at the table, towels in case we spill something, salt, pepper, any condiment. I try to make sure everything's on the table. And we all sit down at the same time. I try not to get up. I try not to make it too like, just, I don't want dinner to be hectic, right? So I try to make it so that she can take whatever she wants and put them on her plate. And all we do is if she talks about what she's eating, we'll just talk back about it, right? And I try not to be like, you should eat some of this, or I really want you to eat some of this, or like, I need you to try this, right? I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to just model eating the things. And if she shows an interest in eating a thing, then being like, you know, just like seeing how she likes it, right? So far, it's actually going really well. It's actually going really well. Because when everything's on the table, there's nothing for me to like fret about, right? It's all on the table. All I can do is just sit, right? And she loves that she has the control of putting things on her plate herself. So, we've been doing this since we got back. So we're on day like 4 or 5 of doing this, right? And yeah, it's going super well. And it's not that she's necessarily going outside of her comfort zone a whole lot. But she is like talking to us about what she's eating. I tried to make, so it was pancake day yesterday. We had pancakes for dinner. Sam and Clark were over the moon, right? But I also tried to make cheese waffles. I keep fucking seeing cheese waffles all over the place, and I love waffles. So I was like, I'm going to try to make a cheese waffle. And it was a disaster. But I put it on the table, and Clark was like, I want to try a cheese waffle. And I was like, okay. And she took a bite and she was like, Mommy, I think you made this wrong. And I was like, you know what? I also think I made it wrong. She was like, that's pretty disgusting. I was like, I agree. It's not good. She was like, maybe you can try it again and I'll try it again. I was like, okay, I'll try to make them again. I'll try to make them correct. And if you want to try them next time, you can. She was like, okay. And I felt like that was like it felt like a very positive interaction to me about food. You know, it was just like, I didn't like that, but if you make it again, I might try it again because you obviously fucked this up. Which was so funny. And I kept trying to eat it because I was like, well, I made it. And even though it's a disaster, I'm still going to try to eat it. And Sam was like, what are you doing? You're lactose intolerant? Why are you eating that? I was like, because no one else is going to eat it. It's a disaster. I've been informed. So I don't know what else to do. And he was like, well, you're going to die later if you eat all of that. So please stop. But yeah, it's going really well. If, I say this because sometimes when we talk about these things, people will be like, I'm dealing with the same issue, or like I have the same problem in my house. So just as a heads up, if you have a kid and you have like a lot of anxiety about what they're eating and you're trying to like make sure that they have a healthy relationship with food, but at the same time you're like, please, I'm begging you, just like eat a thing that is like gonna help your body work well, you know. From everything that I'm reading, people are like, unless your doctor is saying we need to address this situation with your kid, just let them explore food on their own, right? Offer them lots of options. Make sure that at dinner there's at least one thing that you know that they like. Model eating all of the different types of food. You can, you know, talk really like straightforward about it, like these peas are pretty good today, you know, but generally just try to give them the agency to like explore the food on their own, and don't make a big deal out of it because that becomes a power struggle then, right? It is so hard for me. But I feel like I'm doing really well at it. I think this like family style eating, just like chilled out version of dinner is like really good for all of us, to be honest. So yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of us probably grew up having at least a few situations where one of our parents was like, unless you eat this thing, you're not leaving the table, or you have to eat all of this thing or you don't get more of the other thing, right? And again, I understand where that inclination comes from. But I hated sweet potatoes until I had a kid because I had such a bad interaction with sweet potatoes as a child at dinner time, you know? Hey, Nomad. Sweet potatoes the worst. I used to think so. Oh my god, I hated them. The one situation in my life where it was like, you're gonna sit here until you eat all of it, and I stonewalled, dude. I just sat there and stared at it until it was dark outside. And my mom eventually was like, just get up, honey. Like, yeah, and there is a balance there, right? I do try to think about like, okay, if I think one of the benefits to family style is it also eliminates that feeling of like, I really don't want a bunch of food to go to waste, you know? If they put it on their plate, hopefully they'll eat it. And if they don't, for me, it's just kind of like, okay, well then I'll just add it back to the other food again, right? We're all like hanging out in the same house. I'm not worried about us sharing germs in this house, right? But I do also feel that inclination sometimes if I make a plate for her and she eats like 2 things and then is like, I'm done, I don't want to eat the rest of this, right? There's a part of my brain that's like, what am I supposed to do with the rest of this? What am I supposed to do with this? But you can get creative for sure. Yeah, we also have chickens. So, things like, oh my god, bread crusts. Chickens are like, give me that. Absolutely. The bits of vegetables that you normally cut off, grind them up, give them to chickens. Dude, chickens are so good for food waste. It's amazing. As a kid, I hated pasta. That's so interesting. Pasta is normally like a gateway food for kids. Pasta is normally a food that kids just love. One of Clark's like best friends at school hates pizza, and I was like, damn. I have yet to meet a child other than yours that hates pizza. That's pretty wild. And that same kid, this kid is so amazing. I love it. That same kid, because again, yesterday it was pancake day, right? The kids for snack had like little mini pancakes, I guess. And she was like, yeah, my friend put cheese on her pancakes. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, she wanted cheese on her pancakes. She ate all of her pancakes with cheese. I was like, that's wild. I love that. Yeah, it's just contributing to the Final Fantasy vibe. Maybe they hate tomato? I don't think so, because this kid eats the shit out of pasta. My dad will claim. If you talked to my dad and you were like, what's like a food you really hate? He would be like, vegetables. He's a grown-ass 75-year-old man. And he's like, I hate vegetables. For some people, it's like, there's just something that they, for their entire life, will be like, this is not for me, you know? And then he grew up not grew up, but I grew up, I guess I should say instead. He had kids that basically only wanted to eat vegetables. Right? My brother and I were obsessed with vegetables. It's mostly what we wanted to eat. And he was like, what's happening? I hate this. Yeah, I've had a lot of friends who have said, I didn't like this vegetable until it was cooked in a different way. I think Brussels sprouts are like a really common, like, sort of thing for this. It's like, I hated Brussels sprouts until they were, you know, roasted with balsamic vinegar or some shit. Or like, I hated broccoli because I've only ever had it steamed, or, you know, etc., etc. If you've only ever had like a steamed vegetable with nothing else going on with it, yeah, I can see how you'd be like, I don't like that thing. What's up with the new angle? You're so much closer. I think this is about as close as I've been since I swapped cameras. I did scooch the camera over a little bit. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like for the first, I don't know, month or so that we started using this camera, it was aimed this way a little bit more, and it's not where I naturally sit. So I kept being like kind of scooching off of the camera by accident all the time. We can't see the globes. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good touchstone. That's a good touchstone there. And to be like, something's different. Brussels sprouts changed a variety over the past few years. What do you mean by few years? I've had, for reference, I've eaten Brussels sprouts my whole life, and I've never disliked them. So I'm wondering, like past 20 years. Interesting. Past 10 to 20. Interesting. Less bitter. I grew up in a very bitter-friendly house. Not in personality and vibe, but in foods, for sure. My mom is like a, if this salad doesn't have radicchio in it, I don't want it sort of a person. We had a lot of sort of bitter foods in my house growing up, I feel like. So maybe that's why I've always just been like, yeah, Brussels sprouts are pretty tight. Yeah, and then there's my kid who asks to just eat lemons. I'll never get that. I'll never get that. Radicchio was the first thing to come to mind when you said bitter foods. Yeah, and my dad hates it. Oh my god. We would put it in salads and shit, and my dad would be like, just avoid the purple stuff, please. Just give me the green stuff. Just avoid the purple. Because my mom, of course, is a very like, okay, we need a protein, we need a carb, and then we need a vegetable, right? That was the always had to be the layout of a meal, right? You had to have all three. And so even though my dad would be, you know, like a 6-year-old over here, like, just don't put any vegetables on my plate. My mom would be like, I will put vegetables on your plate and you will eat them, right? So he would, you know, he would just deal with the fact that he had to eat a salad that night. But he would be like, just please don't give me radicchio, I'll die. I liked sweet stuff, but I hated candy as a kid. There's a lot of candy that Clark doesn't like. When we do pick and mix, if we go to the movies or something and she's like, I want pick and mix, Sam and I both just deep breath, because the likelihood is she's going to pick out, 10 different types of candy to put in this pick and mix box. And Sam and I are going to wind up having to eat maybe 7 of them, because she'll try them and be like, nope, hate that. I hate that one. Nope, that one's disgusting. And we'll be like, great. Nice. Cool. We had a 1-acre garden, raised all of our veg. That's the dream. That's the plan. That's the plan with this farm, dude. I need to figure out. I don't know that any of the acreage that's like, it's like 1 acre, an acre and a half. It's a lot. It's a lot of room. It's a lot of space to do shit, right? But like, obviously it's multi-generational home, so there's going to be lots of us working on it. But yeah, I don't know if any of it is in the shade at all during like the day. I don't think it is. So we're probably going to have to set some of it up to be in full sun, but some of it will need like, kind of a year-round tarp situation or something. So trying to figure out how to plan all that out ahead of time. I know. Big projects. I'm very excited. I've been watching a lot of videos by people that do where they like plan out garden beds, with like complementary crops and stuff. Because I just think that stuff is so cool. Like, always plant your tomatoes with marigolds and all that shit. I love that. I think that's so cool, that sort of information. And there are some people who literally will be like, okay, so you have this size of, you have this size of garden bed. You want to plant these types of plants. Let's do it and figure out what helps what, sort of a thing, It's super cool to watch, even if you're like, I have no plans to plant artichokes. I don't think that they will do well where I live, but I still find it very interesting. Do you plan on getting more animals, like farm animals? That is not in the immediate plans. I want to make sure that we get a good setup for the chickens first. And make sure that the cats are good. Basically, take care of the animals we already have. Sam and I love pigs. We love pigs. We think that they're super fun. Sam also is really interested in getting ducks, but I think it's specifically because his mom likes ducks and his mom will be living on the property with us. So I think part of him is like, we should get ducks because my mom loves ducks and Clark loves ducks, and it would be fun for us to have ducks, if we are ready. Because I was talking about how I think it would be fun to have like a man-made like water situation, for the birds. And he was like, well, then we should definitely have ducks, right? Then we should definitely do ducks, right? Surely. Did Sam grow up around a farm? No, he just grew up with people that obsessively got animals. His mom and his sister, the sister that will also be living with us, his mom and his sister are both like, we love animals sort of people. I don't know how many animals Nancy has at this point. I'm scared to ask, but like, they are her babies, she loves them. She built like this giant heated hutch for her turtles, and like, oh my God, she goes really hard for her animals, and it's great. And I love it. So yeah, he's very used to being around a lot of animals, and they had ducks when he was a kid. So he was like, we should get ducks. We should get ducks. So ducks and pigs are potential future things. Obviously, my kid is like, we should have a horse. And I'm like, I've had horses. They're a pain in the ass. They are so much work. So even though we would have the space for a horse, from my perspective, I'm like, I would much rather that we, like, if we were going to have a horse, that it was a horse that was like boarded somewhere else, you know? But I think first things first would be getting her riding lessons potentially in the future if it's something that she really wanted to do. Nancy was super into horse riding, and so was our nephew. So, you know, we can get like a perspective on all of that, but like to just buy a horse and have a horse, they are so much work. They're so expensive. They're like big, strong animals. You have to be really careful around them. I've been hurt by a horse before. I do not want Clark getting hurt by a horse, you know? So like, I'm just kind of like, I think there's steps first, you know, there's steps before being like, yeah, let's just like go in on a horse, dude. So yeah, Clark's all about the horses, but she wouldn't be the one taking care of it, you know? And that might sound shitty, but it's just the truth of it. Something that could kick me once and ruin my whole life isn't in my top list of pets. Yeah, I got pinned between a horse and a wall when I was younger, and it is scary. It is scary, dude. They are strong. They are so strong. I also had a friend who had his finger was bit by a horse while she was trying to feed it. I shouldn't laugh. But like the way that it's described by her partner is so fucking funny. She was like, yeah, we were feeding these horses while we were on vacation, and we got to do this horse riding thing, and they gave us stuff to feed the horses. And then I just look over and I see my wife like just like silently like, ah, and looked, and it was because the horse was just like, ah, just clamped on. She was fine, but she was just like, dude. My friend is afraid of geese because of a childhood experience. Are you afraid of horses? I'm worried about a horse biting my finger now. I didn't used to be. I fed horses all the time when I was a kid because we had horses and I was used to them. But like, I'm scared to feed horses now because I'm worried they're gonna bite my finger. But no, I'm not scared to be like near horses or next to horses. I would not go behind a horse for $1 million, because I don't want to get kicked. But yeah. I am scared of geese though, and swans. I didn't know that swans were also super aggressive until I came out here and got warned by 4 different people, like, hey, just don't approach geese, or don't approach swans. They will attack you. It's like, okay, nice. They're protected out here, so they're everywhere. Thank you, Alex. My mom has scars on her finger from a swan bite. Deadly. They're protected and they know it. They're like, I'm sorry. Are you gonna call up the king and tell him that you have a problem with me? I don't think so. Are the swans just the Karens of this world? Yeah, geese chase you and hiss, but swans will actually, like, bite you. Goose stole a sandwich I was eating when I was 5 right out of my hand. Dude, I'm convinced that Mrs. Hudson stealing the cracker from my kid is like a core memory for her now. I think she will remember it for the rest of her life, because every single time my kid walks outside and has food in her hands, she's like, I have to hide it from the chickens or they'll take it from me. Even if it's huge, even if it's in like a bag and that it isn't even open, she's like, they're gonna take it. If they know I have it, they'll just take it from me. Mrs. Hudson, the true menace of this house. Seagulls stealing my sister's battered sausage traumatized her. It's birds. Why is it always birds? Why do birds take all of our food? A sparrow took my waffle. What is this? I was stung by a bee as a kid. It took me 20 years to not run the F away every time I see one. Yeah. Yeah. I was stung by a bunch of bees as a kid. And I definitely panic if they land on me. I try really hard not to. I try to just be chill. Where did we go? We went somewhere recently. And oh, it was when we were at my mom and dad's place. You know, we were in the desert. There are bees everywhere. 'Cause everything's flowering there. And there was a bee that was just hanging out near Sam, and he kept trying to just like bat it out of the sky, and I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Just really piss it off. That's smart. And we got out of the pool and we were drying off, and this bee was just like hovering next to my legs, and I was like, just be chill. Just be chill about it, dude. Just don't react. It's fine. And then Sam kept being like, that bee is like right next to your leg. And I was like, I know, Sam. I'm aware. Dude, I always find it so weird when people just have peacocks. Someone in chat was like, if you want chill birds, get peacocks. It is, I don't know why, it is strange to me that you can just be like, yeah, I just have a peacock. They don't seem like that it should be allowed for you to just have a peacock. They're loud, are they? How loud? They love to scream. Peacock. Peacock sound! Oh my god, it was the first thing. Wait. I gotta know. What do these bitches sound like? I need to know. We're gonna listen to it together. You guys ready?
Fanning out. Showing dominance.
Showing dominance. Sorry, I can't watch this one. Not this one. It's pretty though. I'm sure it gets old. This picture, this is, hold on. This is what I'm seeing while these sounds are playing. I just need you to know. No, not that one, you goof. Hold on. I was in studio mode, so it put it on the wrong. This is the picture. This is the picture while the video's playing. Like, it's pretty. It is pretty. It's just I can see how that would not be pretty after a while. Spats! How are you? I just joined and I'm confused. We were talking about birds and how birds are menaces. And someone said, I have chickens. My husband wants to get ducks when we move to the farm. And we were talking about how swans bite you and geese hiss at you and chase you and stuff, and all birds in general just steal people's food, and like, what the fuck is their problem, right? And someone was like, peacocks are super chill. They're like really, really chill birds to have. You should get a peacock. And then someone was like, yeah, but they scream. They scream all day long. And I was like, I've never heard a peacock scream. So we decided to listen to it. And that's where we're at. Now you're all caught up. It's a good car alarm. Holy shit. That would be good. Calrissian, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Spats, I hope you're doing good. You've been, I feel like you've been going hard on like the social media stuff. It's been good. It's been fun to see. There's a video somewhere of a peacock screeching near a cat, and the cat just turns to look at the camera. Good. Thank you, trying. Yeah. I've reached the point where I'm not sure what to do with social media anymore. I think that's probably pretty obvious. Any of you who follow me, you know that mostly all that I do is be like, I'm streaming, dude. Instagram, I have no idea what to do with Instagram. I have a TikTok, but I don't know what to do with it. I have Twitter, but like, I've deleted most things from my phone, which is part of it. All right, just to keep myself from just like doom scrolling. I've gotten rid of a lot of stuff on my phone. So for the most part, I use Twitter to interact with and follow artists. Instagram, I basically never look at. TikTok, I do use TikTok. I doom scroll on TikTok, but is it doom scrolling really when it's just like cute gay shit and cooking videos? Like, not really. I don't know. I don't know what to do with social media anymore, really. Jesse doesn't either. He hired a social media person. So did Sam. Yeah, they figured it out. They're just like, just take shit from my streams and videos and, I don't know, make content and post it for me. Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of people have realized that like being on Twitter just makes them miserable. And it sucks because, and we've talked about this before too, but like Twitter is the most effective way to find and follow and engage with artists. There are lots of other places where artists post stuff, but for whatever reason, Twitter is like, for me and a lot of other people is just like a really great way to find new artists, you know? And it sucks that there isn't a better option. Yeah. The number of times that Summer sends me a link to a tweet and I'm on my phone. I'm like, oh, what's this? And I click it and it's like, would you like to sign into Twitter? Do you want to download the Twitter app? And I'm like, fuck, no, I don't. No, thank you. I deleted Twitter. That's what I've been missing the most. Yeah, I try to make the effort to like, I always have Twitter open on my PC because I, again, use it before I stream. A lot of people have said it's really helpful if I tweet before I stream. So I try to make the effort to do that. You guys are pretty good about reminding me to do that. So that's good. But that's basically all that I do with it now. I rely on them Discord pings. I haven't tweeted in a year. Yeah. I really like the layout of Hive. But I haven't really been, I haven't had like a solid reason to swap to Hive yet, you know? And I don't know anybody that is like talking about using Hive. So it's hard. It's definitely one of those situations. Hive died pretty quick. It broke. Oh, great. It's my birthday. I couldn't ask for a better birthday gift than the wholesome people of the Twitch communities I'm part of, like you awesome, wonderful cat gangsters. Aw, a very happy birthday. Thanks for hanging out with us for part of your birthday. I hope it's going good so far. Yeah. I know there are some people like Ashley Roboto is like such a quality social media shit poster. If I had even a fraction of that energy, dude, like holy shit. I came from the tumbles, and to the tumbles I apparently must return. Many of us were born in the tumbles, I think. Always appreciate a quality shit post. Dude, I found Ashley through an old post where she replaced her feet with hands, and I never looked back. It's like... Oh, guess what? I married Freedom 2 years ago today, and now we're buying our first house. My cute married mods. I love it. Oh, that means it's your anniversary. Happy anniversary, guys. It was 3 years ago, but good try. Damn. Incredible. I just love that every year when it's Sam and my anniversary, we forget until my mother-in-law texts us. And it's like, happy anniversary, guys. And we're both like, fuck. Shit. Already? I wanted this year, I really wanted to, uh, the place where we went to after our wedding, um, I really wanted to like book us in there and be like, happy anniversary, babe. I remembered for the first time ever. Let's go, you know? But we're buying a house and we're broke now. So I said, never mind. Never mind. I won't be doing that. We need to try and save money, actually. So next year, maybe I will do this. I'm just planning really far in advance, is all. Flowers work. I've reached the point where Sam, it's funny because I think Sam really loves having flowers in the house. And I think that it's because his mom always has flowers in like every room. Like she's a flower girly, dude. She loves flowers in the house. They are such a nightmare to take care of for me. I would prefer that all plants be outside for the most part. I'm down to just have fake shit in the house. I don't know why I'm like this, but like there's already so many things in this house to keep alive, you know? Yes, and finding ones that my cats aren't going to like get toxic to being around is also annoying. Fortunately, roses go fine, right? Roses and cats get along fine. But yeah. But plants inside are great. They can be great. They can also be annoying. Uh, Even if the plant is safe for cats, sometimes they just want to like dig in the dirt and try to eat the plant anyway. Sherlock. So it just becomes a pain, is all I'm saying. So I've pitched, if Sam wants flowers in the house, that's fine. And like they can be his thing. That's fine. As long as they're cat safe, obviously. But my plan is to start slowly but surely getting like nice, high quality fake plants to put in the house. The person that this is one of those things where I don't think that I would have known that this market existed unless I had a friend who was like fancy enough, right? So, Chris and Shannon Sacriel and his wife, they are fancy. Okay, they are fancy, and Shannon just knows how to like go for the nice things. And at one point made a post where she was like, yeah, well, you know, we have a bunch of animals, so we have to be careful about plants. So I just spend a lot of money on really nice fake plants and like posted a bunch of pictures of them. And I was like, I literally can't even tell that those aren't real. That's pretty wild. I don't know why I didn't realize that all fake plants just look like funny plastic. But obviously, of course that's a market. Of course there are people who are like, we make fake plants where you can't even tell that they're fake plants. And they're $1 million, but they last forever, right? So now that I know that that's a thing that exists, I have occasionally gone to look at them, and they are so expensive. They are so expensive. But one day, I'll get a couple of nice, like really nice fake plants to put in my home. Like how expensive? I mean, depending on the plant, we're talking like a few $100. But they last forever, you know. But yeah, they can be really expensive. Bucks in England. Shh. Bucks in England. But yes, okay, as Alex is mentioning in chat, there are also fake plants at IKEA that look fine enough that I have 100% bought. Maybe you can find them in charity shops. You know what? If I can find this jacket in a charity shop, you can find anything. There was a really nice, we're about to move, so I'm not about to get furniture right now, right? But the charity shop that I went to, there was like an entertainment sort of table that looked super cool, and it was $25. Again, I will say bucks. You know what I'm talking about. It's $25, and I was like, that's really nice. I should get that. And then I was like, no, I should not. No, I should not. There's nothing like the smell of moist soil. Right, and I can go outside for that. We're going to have a full-ass garden going on. I can go outside and shove my face in soil and be fine. It doesn't have to be in my house. Bravo on the self-restraint. My girlfriend has issues when she sees a deal. Have you heard of lists? Have you heard of making yourself a list? I will tell people to do this until the day I die. My secret, I'm always angry, but also my other secret is make a Google Doc. Make a Google Doc and call it things for future me. And then take pictures of stuff. If you like it enough, take a picture of it. Write down what it is. Write down where you saw it. If it's on a website, grab the link. Any information that you need, put it on the list. And then you can sit on it and be like, I'm not going to forget that exists. Because it's on my doc, right? It's on my doc. I'm not going to forget it exists. And that way, however long you personally would like to sit on a thing before you like buy it, it helps alleviate the impulse buy. It works. It works 100%. You see a thing and you're like, I want that thing. If you write it down on a list, it alleviates that feeling of like, what if I forget about it? Which if you forget about it, then obviously you didn't need it very much, right? What if I forget about it? What if I can't find it again? What if I, right? Whatever information you need to write down about the thing to alleviate that feeling, great. And what most of the time happens is in a couple of days, you go and look at that list again and you're like, I don't really need that. It helps so much. It helps so much. And I've been doing this a lot since we're moving. I've been doing this a lot for this move because I keep seeing things and being like, oh my God, I should get that. And I'm like, no, we're not even in the house yet. I don't know what's going to look good in this house. I can't stand in the room and be like, this is what I want this room to be. We're not in there yet, right? Like, don't do that. And there are a lot of people out there. If you have a lot of problems with impulse buying, there are people out there who have made flowcharts that you can look at, which are super cool. That are like, just to take you through the process of like thinking about a thing more, questions like, do I have an immediate use for this thing? Do I think this thing is going to last long term in my home? Just like those sorts of things. Does buying this thing go toward or help one of my financial goals, right? Is this something that I intend to spend money on? So say that it's a thing that I want to get for the farmhouse when we move in, right? I could say like, yeah, this is something that goes toward what we've talked about spending money on because we'll be in a new house and there are things that we're going to want to buy for the house. But maybe it's not something that I think is going to last a long time, is good quality, is for sure not going to wind up in a landfill, right? Just thinking about that sort of stuff. Sometimes flowcharts can be really helpful with that, because in the moment you're just like, but it's pretty, but it's pretty and I want it, you know? My boyfriend just walked in and asked why you look like little JC. I'm probably the same height as little JC as well. So, facts. It's for you, Jesse. Miss you, bud. You're no Lalafell. I joke that my legs are Lalafell shaped, because Lalafell's that they're the model is, right? Is they've got these little pear bodies, so they go like this, and then their legs do this. That is the shape of my legs. I have a little pear body. It goes like this, right? I got hips that don't lie, and then my legs, my here's my thigh, and then my leg just slowly like gets. They just do this on either side. I do not walk like a Lalafell, though. Lalafells walk like penguins. I don't walk like that. You have the Lalafell gait? No! No, I don't! How dare you? In Asia, we call them radish legs. I have radish legs. Has Jesse visited y'all since the move? Jesse came out to England with his parents. I want to say like a year ago, because, you know, the pandemic. So for a long time there, we couldn't travel back and forth. But Jesse came out with his parents and stayed in London for a few days. And so I got to see him, and I got to see his mom. That was very fun. Jesse and I just spent a day just like hanging out in London, and it was great. And he's also going to be coming out here for, what convention is that? One sec. There's a convention he's coming out for at the end of March. WASD Live is a convention happening at the Truman Brewery in London, March 30th. So he's going to be out here with Fasciani and Davis. I didn't know Davis was the other person coming. I mean, I was probably told that, but oh my God. We were gifted a bunch of subs and I missed it. I am so sorry. 5 minutes ago, Yakchos gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much for that. I'm so sorry that I missed that. If you were gifted a sub, please take the time to say thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Scary Game Squad. Out here? Out here? In England? So yeah, I'm going to try to hang out with them. Raz the Pink Bear. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. You signed thank you. Do you know sign language? I know a little bit of BSL. Just a little bit. And I really need to start over from the beginning with BSL. I know a bunch of random stuff now. I can't remember how to do the whole ABCs. But I know things like bee, cat. I know welcome to the cat gang because I sign that every time someone subscribes. Thank you. Um I know my name is, oh shoot, I can't remember how to do my name, but my daughter is named Clark. And my spouse, his name is Sam. I know how to do those. Uh, but yeah, I've lost a lot of it because I'm not using it consistently. So yeah, it's very different from ASL. I was doing it. I signed something at my dad because my dad did this like as a. I don't know why he was doing it, and I was like, "That's really similar to how you do B, a B in British Sign Language." And he was like, "British Sign Language," and he'd said what a lot of people in chat have said before when we talk about sign language, which is there not a universal sign language? Why is it different? And I had to go into the whole like, well, these sign languages are developing in countries on their own in like kind of a vacuum, the same way that verbal languages do, right? Like they are languages that are affected by the culture and the community and the group around them. There are way, just like with verbal language, some of them pulled a lot from other sign languages and were developed from those, but there isn't a universal one, right? Even like in American Sign Language, there's a ton of variety. In England, there's a ton of variety, lots of different ways that you can sign different things, kind of like slang, essentially. Um, so yeah, I was like, no, it's totally different. Yeah, there's BSL, British Sign Language, but there's also two forms of Irish Sign Language. There's lots of different like sign language options out here. Sign language would be so dangerous in Naruto. Wait, that's really funny. It weirds me out. You can teach babies sign language before speaking. Yeah, the the part of their brain that is able to like associate hand gestures, um, they're just able to do that quicker than they are learning how to speak. They learn how to use their hands before they can start speaking. So but yeah, that's why a lot of people have said that sometimes there's value, even if your kid starts talking early, sometimes there's value in your kid learning sign language ahead of time anyway, or like while they're young, learning some signs, because sometimes when kids get really upset, they will be able to use a sign to describe what's wrong quicker than they can find the words to say it. Because you use different parts of your brain to do signs versus speaking. Um, so sometimes it's helpful for kids while they're learning to regulate and while they're learning like how to manage and understand their emotions. Sometimes it's easier while they're panicking or while they're really upset. It's easier for them to find the right sign than it is to like tell you what's wrong. Brains are really interesting. Yeah, Clark doesn't know a lot of signs. I haven't consistently used them with her. Um, but she also has been talking for a very long time and loves to talk. So I guess I just haven't like prioritized it. Yeah, my little chatty kid. Yeah, where did she get it from? That's so wild. Who's to say? She's cute. She's a cutie. When we were at the pharmacy before I dropped Clark off at school, um, they were asking about her date of birth. And I said 2018 was the year that she was born. And Clark goes, 28. And I was like, 2018? Like the year? And she was like, no, 28. And I was like, are we talking about different things? And she was like, 28, and pointed out a sign that said 28. And I realized that we had done this whole back and forth, but she wasn't even listening to me. I said 2018, and she just happened to immediately follow it up with 28 because she saw a sign that had a 28 on it and wanted to just say it out loud. My kid is really into counting. She's really into numbers. I don't know how to like encourage an interest in math to like thrive in this kid, but like she wants to read every time she sees a number. She wants to read it out loud. She like just says math problems to me all the time, just to prove that she can do it. Right? She'll just out of the blue be like, "Mommy, did you know 2 + 3 is 5?" And I'll be like, "I did know that." Yeah. She'll be like, "Mommy, did you know that 11 - 1 is 10?" I'm like, "I did know that." Yeah. But that's awesome that you also know that. Mommy, my number's thorn, dude. Have I told you guys about my kid's meltdown over pickleball? I know that I said that we played pickleball and had like a great time, but we had a full-on mommy my numbers moment with Clark, but over pickleball. Oh my god. So we the community that my mom and dad live near in the desert is super into pickleball. There are a bunch of old people out there that play pickleball, right? And my aunt and uncle play it a bunch. So they were like, you should come out and watch us play pickleball, and maybe you guys could also play. And we were like, sure, right? Clark is really into tennis right now. She's learning how to play tennis, and she loves it. And we were like, it's kind of like tennis, except it's like a cross between tennis and table tennis, right? So you have paddles. It's a much smaller court. It's like a really light ball. So we were like, maybe she would love that. Sure. So we went out there, and all the oldies were playing, and Clark kept being like, I want to play. Can I play? And I was like, well, they're in the middle of a game, so we'll see. And eventually they were like, one of the grown-ups is gonna step out. Do you want to play? To me. And I was like, sure, I'll play a little bit, but then Clark would really like to play. And they were like, okay, sure. So I went in, I played a little bit. Clark was super cute, and I was like, Mommy, go, you're doing amazing. It was very cute. And then when that game was done, Clark was like, can I play now? And my aunt was like, maybe it would be better, just because there's so many people here, maybe it would be better if you came back with like your mom and dad, right? And then like the three of you can all like learn to play together. And Clark was like, not having that. She was like, what do you mean? I've sat here and watched this game patiently. My mom played and I rooted for her, and now you're telling me I can't play, right? Which is fair. I think, which is very fair. One of the older ladies that was there is an old teacher. So she was like, yo, just, you can borrow my paddle. You can try and, for now at least, you can teach Clark how to hit the ball, right? So you can, bounce the ball to her, and she can try hitting it back to you and like practice that way. And I was like, okay, that sounds great. So Clark was very happy with that. We were bouncing the ball back and forth. She was hitting it. She was modeling. She was like watching how people were serving it. So she was trying to serve it the same way and doing really well with it. But like, if even the smallest thing went wrong, she was like having a meltdown over it. So I was like, I think maybe because we had already done a lot that day, I was like, maybe we should come back and play again in a bit after we've rested, because this is always the wrong thing to say to a kid, but I was like, I think maybe we're both a little tired because, things that are easy to fix are making us really upset. And she was like, no, I want to play pickleball. Started to freak out about pickleball, was losing her mind over pickleball, and was like, I want to play pickleball. You can't take it from me. I'm going to play pickleball. And I was like, oh my God. So, I let her have her little moment. And then I was like, okay, let's give the paddle back to Anne, our nice friend who let us borrow the paddle. Let's give the paddle back to Anne, and then we'll go home. And we'll come. I promise that you, me, and Daddy will come back and we'll play pickleball later. All the way down the street, we were walking for like 10 minutes to get back to the house. The whole way back home, Mommy, I want to play pickleball. This poor kid crying about pickleball for 10 straight minutes. And we got back to the house, and my dad, my 75-year-old dad, who has not had a 4-year-old around him consistently for, 35 years. 31 years, because I'm 35. We get to the house, and he goes, man, somebody seems a bit tired. I was like, don't. I've already made this mistake. Don't do it. And she was like, I'm not tired. I just want to play pickleball. Oh my God. He was like, I could hear her like when you were still 5 minutes away. I was like, yeah, I know. I know, dude. Pickleball ruining lives. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a whole thing. But we did go back later and we played again. And that was fun. And when we had to go, she was much better about it, but she was still sad. And we were like, think of it this way. When you get home and you do tennis, you're going to be crushing it at tennis because you got to play pickleball. And she was like, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I am going to crush it. A great set of lungs on her, that kid. Babies know how to use their diaphragms from the moment that they're out of your body, right? And that's pretty cool. A lot of times we forget how to use our diaphragm and we have to like relearn how to use it. I don't know that my kid has ever not known how to use it. She's like, I want to be loud now, and I will activate everything that I have. Every skill, every part of my body that needs to engage to make sure that this carries across mountains, I will do it. Yeah, every time she has a level up, she's like, I know exactly where to put this. And we're like, you could put it somewhere else. And she's like, no. No, I don't think I will. Bass boosted screams. Did you actually go back? Yeah. Yeah, we played twice. So we played once with the olds, and then Sam and I went back with her. So we played twice. And it was very fun. We swam every day because she was obsessed with swimming and needed to swim every day or she would lose it. What's your mindset for dealing with this? Dealing with which? Dealing with like your kid having a meltdown? Tantrums. So in my mind, it's like, she doesn't want to be having a tantrum, right? she doesn't want to be that upset about a thing. The fact of the matter is that it takes a long time, and sometimes we never learn it depending on what our childhood is like, but like it takes a long time to learn what the appropriate response to a thing is, right? That's what emotional regulation is. It's the ability to engage with a situation and respond appropriately, right? With the right amount of like, how big of a deal is this? And that's something that you have to learn, right? So if you ever meet somebody where the smallest thing happens and it like they just get so out of control frustrated about it, despite from your perspective it being like a pretty small thing or something that's easy to fix, that's like a regulation problem, right? And a lot of people still struggle with that. I struggle with that with like hyper specific things, right? It can totally depend on the situations you dealt with growing up, you know, how much you were encouraged to understand those things about yourself as you got older, right? Clark doesn't want to be reacting that way. You know, she's having a lot of fun. And another thing that's really difficult for little kids is redirecting to a new thing. So you saying to a kid, I know you're having fun with this thing and you really want to improve at it, but we need to now stop doing that thing and walk away. That exacerbates it, right? So any frustration that she was feeling about not getting the thing right away, not figuring out how to do the thing perfectly right away, is way worse when it's like, and now we need to stop doing that thing and walk away, right? It's hard, because she's the little kid in the situation. She doesn't have control over whether or not I, as the adult, say we need to leave now, right? Which is why so many times, a lot of what parents are told to do is give like, hey, in 3 minutes we should go, in 2 minutes we should go, in 1 minute we should go, so that they can slowly start to like prepare mentally for like, we're leaving now. In this situation, I made the call of like, I think we should give the paddle back and go now, because she was getting so frustrated by things that I could tell it was spiraling pretty badly. So I tried to just do a lot of like, I know that this is frustrating. I've gotten super frustrated trying to learn to do a new thing too. But something that really helps is to walk away, right? I tried to come at it from the perspective of like, I get it. Every grown up that is here right now has experienced this, right? It is not your fault. You are learning a new thing. It takes a lot of practice, but it doesn't help that we're already tired. I'm tired, right? Try not to make it just about her. I'm also tired. But sometimes that stuff doesn't help, right? Sometimes they've already spiraled to the point where talking about it isn't going to fix anything. And all that you can really do is be like, we need to give the paddle back, honey. Either you can give it back, or I'm unfortunately going to have to take it from you and give it back, and then we'll walk home together, right? And that's just what the situation was, you know? I think that you can be really understanding and sweet and caring with your kid while also being really firm. I try to be really firm with my kid while also being kind. And the police are here because they're like, I can't believe that shit. So it's hard, right? I've never been a parent before. There were a couple of situations while we were at my parents' house where Clark and I got so frustrated with each other that I would do a thing or say a thing, and Sam would be like, okay, I think you need to walk away, and I'm going to be mediator now, right? And sometimes I'm mediator. We don't always do everything perfectly. I try to help her through that shit, because I just try to remind myself that this is her first time being a human too. You know, like first time being a parent, first time being a human. She's still learning shit. I'm still learning shit. We're just all doing our best. I think sometimes also, we respond based on like embarrassment, you know, like our kid freaks out about something and your immediate thought is like, please don't freak out right now. There's so many people, right? And I always try to remind myself, number one, a lot of these people have probably been around kids before and know how kids behave. And if they're going to be shitty about it, that's like not my problem, right? My problem is that I have a child who's upset, and can I help my child with that? You know, can I prioritize my child in this moment instead of giving a fuck about the other people that are around? Unfortunately, the number of times that Clark gets upset or has a meltdown in front of a bunch of people is so rare. It's super, super rare. But when it does happen, I try to just focus on like, okay, if I can focus on Clark, if I can help her through it, we'll all be able to move on quicker, right? This woman stopped a child from playing pickleball. Cuff her, dude. No. That's her officer. No. Yeah. I've talked about this a lot, but my kid really struggles with perfectionism, and I have no idea where it came from. Like, sometimes I joke about like, I just don't know where she got this, but I legitimately don't know if it's something that's just like in her as a person or if I've encouraged that in some way by accident. I don't know. But I try really hard when she's like drawing something. She loves to draw. But when she draws something and it doesn't look perfect, she gets really upset, right? We've all been there. So I try very hard to be like, you know, it's fine. I think it looks great. You know, we're all learning how to draw things together, you know, and I'll draw a thing and be like, look, I don't know what a horse looks like. I'm just doing my best, you know. But she hates it. She hates it when it doesn't look perfect. So yeah, someone was saying like that they would always get praised or you know, like it would be nice if they could sort of redirect themselves to like fix the problem or figure out a solution. I try to encourage Clark to come up with solutions, especially in those situations. If she draws something and is like, I can't believe I colored the dress the wrong color, right? You know, like that sort of a thing. I try to say like, is there something we could do to, you know, make it look better to you, or like fix it in some way, or, you know, could we maybe turn the dress into something else, or, you know. And sometimes that works. Yeah, sometimes she'll be like, I have an idea, right? And fix it, so to speak, or like start taking the picture in a different direction, and that really helps. But sometimes it's fully, no, it is garbage and I will treat it as such. I never want to see this picture again. I try to, if she wants to throw something away, I'll usually try to take it from her and like draw on the original drawing. Just to, I don't know if it's the right call, but just to encourage the idea of, I still think that this is a nice picture and I'd like to add to it, you know, so that she hopefully still sees value in the things that she drew, even if they weren't the way that like exactly the way that she wanted, you know. But God, she just gets so upset when things aren't perfect. And my dad is like that. My dad hates when things aren't perfect. So when we would have craft time at my mom and dad's, and she would draw like a face and be like, I hate it. Just throw it away. My dad was like, I feel you. I was like, Dad, no. um, yeah, I think there is a lot of conversation now around praise, right? I My big one that I'm trying to incorporate with Clark is, instead of me saying I'm so proud of you, trying to say, are you proud of yourself? Because I think it's really important that she recognizes when she's proud of herself instead of doing things because she thinks that I'll be proud of her. It's not that I don't ever say that I'm proud of her. Of course I do. But when she does something that she's been working really hard at because it's something she enjoys or something she wanted to do, I try to be like, are you proud? Do you feel proud? And she's always like, yeah, you know? Um, and I think that that's like kind of, I don't know why. There's something really fun about that, about trying to encourage her to recognize, like, what is something that I really wanted, what's something that I worked really hard at, and you know, am I proud of the effort that I put in? I think that that's a valuable thing to recognize. Usually someone has done something wrong when that question is asked. Not in our house though. I have never once have at least anybody in this house been like, "I hope you're proud of yourself," right? Like that's not a thing. Um so, yeah. But yeah, being a parent is so complicated. It's so much, and there's also just so much information out there that you second guess everything that you do. Um, and honestly, the best thing, and I say it all the time, and I think that it helps a lot, is just reminding yourself that like you're learning stuff too. I don't care if it's like your fourth kid. If we're going to say like every kid is different, that means that it doesn't matter how many kids that you have in your life, you're still learning shit, right? You're still learning the best way to communicate and interact with that kid, right? I've never been a parent before. This is my first kid. It might be my only kid. Um, so just trying to figure out like what's the best way for me to set Clark up to engage with the world in the way that she wants. You know, I don't think that it's my job to make her happy. It's my job to help her figure out what makes her happy and feel comfortable pursuing those things. And that's hard. That's really hard because it's also a lot of like self-work. You find out, oh my god, kids push all of your buttons. There will be buttons you didn't even know were buttons. And you'll be like, god, I react badly to this, right? It is so much. It is so much, but it's really wonderful. It's been really great being a parent. Anyway, I have to pee really bad, so I'm gonna go do that, and then we'll come back and like figure out what we're gonna play. Go pee, grab a drink, take your pills, whatever you gotta do. I'll see you in a sec. Hello. Welcome back. No, you welcome back? No, you welcome back. How dare you? Bro, I popped off. I got them natural sugar cubes. Oof. They're good. Raw sugar cubes in coffee? Stop it. It's so good. I unpacked them in front of Sam and he was like, raw sugar cubes? Mm-hmm. Look. I can't afford to put us up in a stately home for our anniversary, but I will sometimes buy us raw sugar cubes, okay? Because we deserve it. The pharmacy didn't have the meds. They sent them to a different pharmacy instead, and wife has to get them after work. I feel like I cursed you. I'm so sorry. Solidarity, though. Solidarity, though. That was my morning as well. I'm very sorry that you have to deal with that. I love sugar cubes. They're nice to munch on. I had only ever seen the, like, crisp, white sugar cubes when I was a kid. And then when I got older, I was told raw sugar in coffee is the way. It's so good. And it is. It's great. It's great. Oat milk in coffee, I think, is great. If you put milk in your coffee, oat milk is great in coffee. And raw sugar cubes. Not brown sugar cubes. They are brown, but they're raw sugar cubes. It's great. It's so good. When I was a kid, I used to sneak spoons of sugar bowl into my mouth. Oh my God. Whenever we would go to a diner, they always give you the, like, well, if you're in America, I don't know about other countries. When you go to an Americana diner, they give you the weird little shallow white cup filled with creamer, filled with little plastic creamer cups to put into your coffee. I used to just sit there and drink those. And then I would stack the little cups. And it was like a weird fun game, and no one ever stopped me from doing that. But when we went to IHOP and Clark was bored, I was like, Clark, would you like to stack the creamer cups? And she was like, yes. We hadn't used any of them, but my kid is a stacking queen, so she was like, oh, something to stack? Say less. Whiskey and coffee is also good. Sure. We have the little milk cups in the UK. I used to drink them all the time. Yeah. I used to drink too many of those as a kid. Yeah, I remember exactly one conversation where my mom was like, is it bad for her to just sit there and drink those? Dodger with the villain look today. I've been compared to many Final Fantasy characters. Thank you very much. Jesse's Final Fantasy XIV character, Lil JC. Thank you very much. David Bowie. Thank you. Yeah, we've hit a lot of corners today. I appreciate it. I can only drink low acid coffee or my tummy rebels. I don't know if I've said this to you before, so I'm sorry if this is a repeat bit of information. But just FYI, cold brew tends to be low in acidity. High in caffeine, it's normally like stronger caffeine wise, but lower acidity. In case that's helpful. If you're ever like out at a place and you're like, I would really love to order a coffee, maybe try a cold brew. It might be okay for your tummy. My little baby hair getting blown in the wind. Are there any diet rules at your house? No. We don't. I don't stop Clark from having caffeine. But she doesn't drink like soda or coffee, definitely not. If she's asked to take a sip of my coffee and it's not nighttime, I've said, sure, you can take a sip. She has drank pop before. But we generally just like, we don't stop her from drinking any of those things. We just generally offer her water. And if it's not water, she'll ask for juice most of the time. But sometimes when you have like a lot of orange juice, say, the high acidity will like upset you after a while. So even juice can be a little dicey, but we don't like, you know, we don't say like, no, you're not allowed to have coffee or you're not allowed to have pop. If she wants to take a sip of it, she can. And I never, if she's having something and I think it should be watered down, I will tell her that I'm watering it down. I don't try to like pull one over on her. So she knows. Sometimes she'll drink something and she'll be like, that's really strong, and she'll ask me to put water in it. So cranberry juice is good. It's very good. We had cranberry juice this morning. Do you believe in the Italian method of letting your kids drink wine? We don't really drink much in our house, so it's not really like it's kind of a non-conversation. I hear wine always tastes bad. Most of the time, with most forms of alcohol, you will have someone in your life who will be like, it's an acquired taste. An acquired taste is a term for like something where the first time you have it, you're probably not going to like it. I do think that that's the case with a lot of alcohol. I don't see the point in, if somebody says to you, I had that thing before and I don't like it, I don't see the point in being like, you should have it again. Like, if somebody has beer and is like, wow, I really didn't like that, I'm not going to be like, but it's an acquired taste and you should have more of it. Especially with something like alcohol, you know, because I think a lot of people try to be very conscientious of the fact that it is an abusable thing, right? And if they don't like it and they choose not to have it anymore, I'm definitely not going to be the person who's like, but you should try that a few more times, right? But I do agree, yeah, that most of the time when you have alcohol the first time, like different types of alcohol, you probably won't like them. I always wanted to be a fancy whiskey mustache man, but I hate alcohol and my mustache is bad. It's okay to hate alcohol. It is super okay. You know what I've been loving recently, actually, is I don't know why, but I've been stumbling onto a lot of content that's uh, like alcohol free mixed drinks, like just fun drinks that you can make for yourself at a normal bar or ask for at a normal bar that don't have any alcohol in them. I love that that's becoming more of a thing. Like, if you want to have a fun, fancy drink, but you can't have alcohol or you just don't want alcohol, you're sober, whatever, here's like different things that you can have. I think that that's great. I think that's awesome that there's more information like that, and that it's not being presented as if you just want people to leave you alone, right? Like, if you want to convince everybody that you're drinking something but you're not, like, that being the tone of the conversation really bums me out. You know, obviously, I think that people in general should not be pressured to drink. Um, so rather than it being if you want your friends to think that you're drinking but you're not, instead it being if you're just sober for one reason or another and you want a fun thing to drink, here are options, right? It's a subtle difference. But I think the tone of like assumptions about the people that you're with is big, you know. When I was in Vegas, I've been to Vegas one time in my life and I was pregnant. I was pregnant at the time, so I couldn't have anything with alcohol. And a lot of people were like, what did you even drink in Vegas if you were pregnant and couldn't have alcohol? And it's actually pretty awesome. Most places, most like bars or places that specialize in making nice drinks or just like mixed drinks in general, if you go to them and say like, hey, I just want something without alcohol in it, like something fun to drink without alcohol, they'll come up with something for you. We went to one place where they had like a weird drink that had like cotton candy on it. It was like a cotton candy margarita or something, and they were like, oh, we could make that without alcohol. And I was like, okay. And they did, and I had this really fun weird drink with cotton candy on it. But yeah, if you're going someplace and you don't have confidence that that whoever's behind the bar will be able to just like come up with something for you, I think it's cool that there's information out there where you can go to somebody and be like, hey, can you mix like cranberry juice and, you know, tonic water and like this other thing, and just wind up with like a nice thing to drink. Tonic water is good. Tonic water has this weird sort of flavor to it that I find addicting. I don't know what it is about tonic water. Soda water, meh. Tonic water, though? What is it about tonic water? There's like a weird sulfuric element to tonic water that I like. Tonic water has sugar in it? What? Does it really? It's used to fight malaria? What? Sometimes you just don't know things until you Google them. It's consumed for its distinct bitter flavor, but nowadays it is often sweetened. Interesting. Well, there you go. I don't understand how people can like tonic water when it's just bitter water. But as established earlier in the stream, I grew up on bitter foods, so that's probably why I like it. That's probably why I like it. Shaking my fist. At what? I don't know. If QI is right, you have to drink 200 gin and tonics to prevent yourself from getting malaria. Well, somebody was saying that the new strains of malaria, it doesn't do anything for them. But like back in the day, it was helpful. Sparkling water is just angry water. Dude, my parents drink exclusively not tonic water, sparkling water. And so when we were at their house, Sam and I are not sparkling water people. But I drink it when I'm at my parents' house because that's just like what they have. Because, for those of you who don't know, my dad is an alcoholic. He has been sober for years and years and years, which I'm very proud of him for. He's also struggled with like pain medications and stuff like that. But he also cut way back on pain medications himself. Very proud of him. He's done a lot of work. But something that a lot of alcoholics find helpful when they are recovering or trying not to drink alcohol is getting like a soda stream or drinking a lot of sparkling water. For whatever reason, it like gives that sort of like pop crackle that they miss, I think. And it helps to just like drink that instead. Because it's not quite soda, right? It's not quite the same as drinking like pop. It feels more similar, I guess, to drinking like a beer or whatever it is that you were drinking. So my dad, whenever he would be like trying to cut back on alcohol, it was always sparkling water. So my parents have always had a bunch of sparkling water in the house. It's the bubble feel in the back of your throat. Is that it? But yeah, from talking with other people who have tried to cut back on alcohol or live more of a sober lifestyle after struggling with it for a long time, it's almost always sparkling water that they wind up kind of turning to. Sparkling water is how I transitioned off of soda. Well, there you go. Sparkling water, saving people. One sec, sorry. Someone was at our door, but the bell didn't ring. Oh my god. There's a person who's tried to come by twice to fix a thing at our house, and we had to reschedule the first time, and the second time they were apparently here 15 minutes ago, but the doorbell didn't ring. So I've just messaged being like, oh my god, are you still here? I got no doorbell ring. I'm so sorry. We're gonna see. Okay, they're coming back. Okay, I will be right back. We're gonna take one more break. I'll be right back so that I can let him in to do his thing. Oh my goodness. Okay, BRB, jeez. Hi. I'm back. Sorry about that. He's doing work on the car. And I was like, well, the car is a disaster. Like an actual disaster. So while I was waiting for him to double back and come back to the house, I was like, I'm gonna try and get all the shit out of this car. I didn't poop, no. I just let a very sweet man in to work on the car. It is goldfish. Sam got this for me while we were in America. Just a giant thing of goldfish. Thank you. I've seen goldfish here, but they're like an import thing for the most part. I do want to play games today. We might check out Season. Pentiment was really fun, but I've been gone for a week and I don't want to like just stick on one game. So yeah, I might check out Season, see what that's like. What's my favorite UK snack? I don't know. I like the sour pastels. I think those are pretty good. Some people have said that the difference with chocolate has to do with the milk. The milk that's used for the milk chocolate, and that's why they taste so different. I'm not a huge chocolate girly, so I don't really notice or care about the difference too much. I also, if I do eat chocolate, I want it to be dark chocolate. So that also eliminates, like, if it is a milk issue, that eliminates kind of the effect that the milk would have, you know? There's a lot of sweet chili flavored stuff out here that is very good. It's kind of like the UK version of jalapeno flavored stuff in America. Oh my god. I got to have an entire bag of Tim's Cascade jalapeno crisps when I was in America. Amazing. Yeah, like Lactaid, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've taken pills before. They make you fart like crazy. So it's not worth it to me. Man, I keep looking at Returnal though. I know people have had trouble with it like crashing, but Blair, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome home. Thank you. Hello, Raiders. I'm Dodger. Welcome. We're chilling. There's a guy working on the car outside. We're talking about what to play. Someone was just asking, they were saying that they're a new viewer, and they were asking what we're up to today, so it's a perfect time for a raid. I tend to be a first impression streamer because I take for goddamn ever to get through a game. I used to just play all the way through games, or at least like play most of the game, and it took me forever, and then a million games would pass me by in the time it took me to play one game. So I think maybe a couple years ago, I sort of heel turned into doing more first impression stuff. I try to play a different game every day. We played Pentiment yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. We played Pentiment yesterday, and it was very fun. Super cool. Someone likened it to Disco Elysium, but in the 16th century. It is kind of like that. It's like a side-scrolling Disco Elysium. The dialogue is fantastic. The art style is super cool. I definitely want to play more of that game. But I've been out of town for a week, so I was just saying, like, I don't want to, like, get stuck on one game. Even though I had a blast with it, I don't want to get stuck on one game when, ideally, I check out lots of different games. So, I'd either like to play Season or Returnal today, I think. If we're going to play Returnal, I gotta be honest with you, it is not installed. And I don't know how long it will take to install it. Hi-Fi Rush does rock. I played a lot of that game. I played a lot of it off stream. So good. I have played more Tower Escape as well. Yeah, I played that off stream. That's what we played on Monday. That's right. I was trying to remember what we played Monday. That's why I was like, what did we play yesterday? Yeah, Monday night I played more Tower Escape. That game is also fun. You're gonna love Returnal. Nice. Seasons, please. Seasons has my vote. Interesting. Okay, well let's poll it. Kiss This Stoat? Oh my god, our last poll was while we were playing the Backbone preludes. That's really funny. We did try to kiss the stoat though. That's really funny. Totally forgot about that. Okay. What are we playing? Sure. Yep, I misspelled all of that. Returnal or Season? Bam. Poll is going. It's happening. Enjoy. Kiss the Stoat? Always. Yeah. We, you know, we played hard enough to get while also being very direct about our intentions. And the Stoat was like, I don't know, I'm kind of a pretentious artist. I'm sort of into this. And we were like, yes! Season. Let me read you the summary for Season. It's a mystery narrative adventure game. Leave home for the first time to collect memories before a mysterious cataclysm washes everything away. Ride, record, meet people, and unravel the strange world around you. Immerse yourself in the world of Season, a third-person meditative exploration game. The style of it looks super cool. It has really good reviews. I would definitely like to play this game at some point. So, Season 1! Well, there you go. We're playing it now. We're playing it right now, dude. Now I want to change my vote. I've seen a ton of Returnal. It's fine. Season 1. So this is good because I think Returnal is huge. So this way I have time to download Returnal without us needing to deal with dropped frames central while I'm trying to install it while I'm live, which is always a nightmare. So we'll do that. Cataclysm. A cataclysm. A big bad thing that is probably bad. A big bad, probably bad thing. Yes, got it. Okay, I have an important question. This is, hold on. I'm gonna bring you back over here again. Do we keep the snow globe on? Or is it time for us to take the snow globe off? It's still winter. It is still winter. It's technically still winter. That's true. Okay. Someone said keep it on until March 1st. I'm fine with that. We'll keep it on until March 1st. And on March 1st, we'll say goodbye to the snow globe until winter comes back around. Got it. Okay. Bop. Bye. Beep. Hello, I'm in my snow globe. And I'm flipped. Take that, liberals. Anyways. Flower petals for spring. That's cute. That's a cute idea. What the fuck? I know. I'm sorry. It flew out of my life. Alrighty. Yeah, we could put our thing down, flip it, and reverse it. We could. We don't have to, but we could. Let's see if this game has any warnings that we should put on here. Nothing that is listed on the page, which is nothing new. If any of you have played this game and have suggestions for warnings, feel free to throw them in chat. We'll crowdsource warnings for season. Bye, Banisteriopsis. Have a good day. Dodger screeches? We don't even know. You don't know. I might not screech today, okay? Bop. Okay. Well, currently the warnings say, I don't know, lol. So we'll workshop that. What does your kid think of you being a streamer? She's 4, so she doesn't think much of it. She is aware that I have fans, because she watches a lot of like crafty and DIY stuff on YouTube, and so she overhears YouTubers say things like favorite and subscribe, be sure to ask your parents to follow the channel, like all that sort of shit. And she has overheard me say those sorts of things to y'all. And so at one point she was like, "Mommy, do you have fans?" And I was like, why would you think that why, what do you mean? She put it together on her own that I do at least something similar to YouTube. But yeah. It's weird trying to figure out how to talk with a kid that young about privacy. Because, like, we've tried to explain to her why there are some things that she can't say if she comes in to say hello to us, why I turn the camera off when she comes in, you know, things like that. Because for her, she's just like, I just want to be on camera. You know, I just like being on camera. I want to, you know, make a YouTube video, you know, sort of stuff. And I'm like, nah, dude. So yeah. You know, she's gonna grow up with this stuff around. So trying to just like preserve her privacy is most of the reason why we talk to her about it. But she's figured out a lot of stuff on her own, to be totally honest. My 6-year-old wants to make Minecraft content with a face cam, and I'm like, nah. Yeah, no. Season, let's go. Oh no, come on. Sorry if that's loud. There we go. I wasn't able to adjust the audio on that. Boop. It's recommended that you play Season with a controller. We missed out on the dev message. So that sucks. Did my headphones turn off? Yes, they did. Okay. Give it a sec. I think it might. It might be a little loud. Affects how the small circle in the center of the screen responds to collectibles when using the audio recorder. It's currently okay. If it gets into it, then yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I think it might be. I think it might wind up being a little loud. I'm gonna take it down to 80. We'll see if that's good. I'll leave it normal for now. Oops! I didn't change the title. Can one of my mods just change the welcome back goobers to brackets with warning and then just the title of the game and swap the category, please? Sorry.
Who are you? I don't know, but I'm writing to you anyway. Where are you? How far in the future? Where'd you find my journal? I may never know, but you can know me from what I put down on these pages. I come from a little village in the mountains. No one has left here since before I was born. But our lives changed overnight, just a few days ago when my best friend had a prophetic dream. A vision that the elder said means this season is going to end soon. The world is about to enter a new era. A great change is coming. Everyone was afraid. I was surrounded by questions and I began to feel how little I know. What is this season that is about to end, and why is it ending? What exactly is out there that could turn the world inside out? If there are still voices singing and laughing in the wilderness, I could record them before they're gone.
Thank you.
I also thought of my dad, who always wanted to see the outside world but never did. So, I asked if I could leave. The elder had one condition for letting me go: that I take what I collect to the museum vault, a palace of art and memory at the edge of the earth. She says it's the only place safe from the turmoil of a changing season. I hope that's where you're reading this now. I can't stop the change
that face
is
mean?
coming, but this time on Earth could live on in these pages. What it looks like, sounds like, how it feels to be alive right now. I'm writing to you at the crack of dawn on the morning I leave home. I can smell breakfast cooking in the other room, and I can hear my mom's voice.
Pull the string.
3, 2, 1. Hooray! Mr. Lotto's here.
Terrifying. Fearsome tales for blasé children. A catalog of strangers is an introduction to the more frightful aspects of the world. A reasonable amount of fear and fun makes for prudent children. Hope you like him more than you would have liked a fish pate. Okay. Wandering Tale Festival 817. Folded by pate. Oh, so that other thing said, I hope you like him more than you would have liked a fish, not a fish pate. Nightlife in the plaza. I went out for a climb. Be back this evening. Kisses. The owl spreads her wings over prosperity. This bill is worth 10 poems. Why can't I take the shiny bug? I want to take the shiny bug with me.
My bag and Dad's camera, ready for the great departure. The last moment in this little house. There used to be 3 of us here. My mom and Dad and me. Soon it will be just her. Her and all these memories. But in this moment, everything is the same as ever. Until I shift my weight. The floorboards creak. Mom hears it and turns to me.
You're up. What are you doing standing there? Time to get going. It's gonna be a beautiful morning. I'm making progress. I found the burner, camera, recorder, travel bag. Breakfast is in progress. Still gotta make a pendant. We haven't used this in so long. Good thing I saved the instructions. Just as you would use a shield to protect your body, an identity pendant protects your mind. Your thoughts, memories, everything that makes you, you. We don't wear them here in the village anymore, but if you're going into the outside world, I'll feel better when you've got a pendant shielding you.
Shielding against what, Mom?
Diseases of the mind, like the dream sickness.
Where did the pendants come from?
It was Dr. Fumio's last invention. He realized that some psychedelic maladies were impossible to cure, so he made the pendant to prevent them in the first place. If you have a better idea how to protect your brain from being destroyed, let's hear it. That's what I thought.
Damn, Mom.
In times of war, a pendant can be used to identify a body. Let's skip that part. Objects have 2 layers, the physical and the mental. The pendant needs to absorb both. 1. Collect a sentimental object for each sense: sound, smell, feel, sight, taste. 2. Feel the sense and speak aloud a memory of the object. 3. Feed the object into the burner. The memory will leave the speaker as it is transferred to the pendant. That means I'll forget the memory after I say it.
What?
It's supposed to be painless. At least.
I'll lose the memories instead,
No,
Mom.
you must remember everything. That's your role.
I could tell you the memory after.
The pendant needs this little sacrifice. I want to be sure it works. Don't be afraid. A few memories is a small price to pay for knowing you'll be safe. Okay, so this old tape should work for our sense of sound. I remember. You and I fell asleep listening to this tape.
Am I gonna get emotional at the fucking
Dad can
start
try.
of this game?
We all rested together until it got dark. What an odd feeling. Like an absence, disappearing. The empty space fills itself back in until I forget that I forgot anything at all. I'm glad I'm only losing a few memories. If I lost too many, I wouldn't even know who you are. You should pick the rest of the objects. I'll lose the memories, but you'll have them in a pendant forever. So they should be important to you. They should be parts of your identity you want to be sure to protect. So think about what these items and what the memories would preserve about you. Let's do smell next. Find an object with a strong odor and that holds a piece of you.
Okay. Well, I've walked around in the other room.
Ancient, perfume, sweet. Nothing is ever lost. Sweet wax honey. How I've tried to save things. Childhood. Too sweet, too old. I always wanted to experience new things. Nothing. I used to see souls everywhere.
Souls? I'm surprised that our mom's food isn't something.
Granite, seaside, darkness. This speaks to how my mom loves me.
Something for smell. What was in here? Oh,
Honey, wax, baby, waves. I was loved by people I have no memory of.
candle could be good. Is there anything over here? No. What were the things here? Okay. There's a bell. The weird toy. The book. The pictures. Okay. I feel like the flowers or the candle. I'm gonna choose the candle.
What did you choose for smell? Let's breathe in deep. This kind of candle keeps someone alive for the time it takes to burn. Just a few hours when death is nearby. It can be enough for last rites, last words. This was Grandma's candle. She didn't want to use it. You spent a lot of time with her when you were a baby. I realized she wouldn't live long enough for you to remember her, or for her to see you grow up and discover what kind of person you'd be. So in a way, you don't know her, and she didn't know you. And yet, she loved you. I don't know where love goes, but it belongs to you anyway.
Wait, so what is she forgetting? The moment Grandma died? Or what the
Now
candle was
touch.
significant for?
Pick
What
something
memory
with a
did she
texture you
forget just
like.
then? Something with a texture you like. Something with a texture you like.
Creased paper lines. I take care of fragile things.
So what did you end up choosing? Okay, feel the little bird. I remember your friend Pate made this little bird. You wanted to protect it, keep it like a pet. I thought it wouldn't last long. It's just a bit of folded paper, but you took good care of it. And years went by. You'd done it. It was still intact. That was when I started to understand what kind of person you are. You will chaperone these delicate things into the future.
Also, isn't she supposed to be the one not forgetting anything? We don't forget anything. The character who's on screen right now, we are not sacrificing our memories. Our mom is sacrificing memories to make this pendant for us. So when she was explaining how the pendant works, that you sacrifice memories to protect like someone's mind with the pendant, we were like, why don't we sacrifice our own memories? And our mom was like, I don't want you sacrificing your memories. You have to remember everything. I don't have to remember everything. I can forget some things and protect you with those memories. And that to me is worth it. It's worth it for me to forget a few things if it means that you're safe, essentially. So our mom is talking about what these items represent because she's the one who is sacrificing the memory.
I'm fine. Let's do sight next. Pick something that looks nice.
Oh. This must be an alarming process. What's left? We've done sound, smell, touch, and now we're doing sight. And one will be taste, right? So, okay, then I'm gonna choose this picture. Wait, no, because then my mom will forget my dad, or at least like an important memory about my dad. I don't like that. Oh no, what do I do? Something that looks nice. This bug looks nice.
Poisoned, blue, shine. I look closely.
So, what did you end up choosing? When you were a little kid and I'd wash your pants, I'd check the pockets and find all kinds of little things you'd collected off the ground. Rocks, leaves, bits of string, and bugs. It happened less and less as you got older. But I remember the afternoon I found this beautiful blue beetle in your pocket. I thought, oh, this might be the last time. And this dead insect suddenly became so precious to me. What is it in our young eyes that imbue every small thing with meaning? Why do we lose this? I don't think you ever did. For taste, we can eat breakfast and feed some to the burner. The memory I'll lose is the one we're forming right now. I want you to have it forever.
I'm upset. I don't like that this game started with our mom being like, I'm gonna forget really important moments of our life together.
We're standing here. You're having a last taste of home. Now you're protected by lost memories. A gem of home around your neck. This is my only condition for letting you go. You must promise me never to take the pendant off. And never tamper with it. Okay? Then I'm okay with you leaving. I think your camera and bag are still in your room. It's time to gather them up.
Mom.
I've lost so much. How could the world ask me to lose you too? Look at us. There we are. There we were. We'll always be right here on this beautiful morning.
I'm sad. Open my journal.
I just performed a ritual with my mom. The moment has passed, but I'll record it in these pages for you, for the future.
One sec. Be right back. Oh my god. Dude. Okay. Hi. Hold on. Did you guys know it's Wednesday? Man, this morning really like got me all fucked up. Yeah, there was just like 2 different things that were booked to happen today, but I completely forgot about them because I spent the whole morning desperately trying to get my kids medication. And when I got home, it was time to stream, so I just wasn't thinking about anything else. So I'm very sorry. We're going to sit on this for a minute because I think I'm going to have to step away again in a sec to let the guy who's working on the car out. So hope that's cool for us to just hang. I woke up thinking it was Thursday and I was happy that tomorrow was Friday. I sent you warnings for the game. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you. Okie doke. We got actual warnings, not just me goofing. I want to write down the 5 things I would put in an amulet. Oh my god, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. 5 things that I would put into an amulet. Are you gonna go motorcycling and get in a fight later? Yeah, today I chose the rapscallion background. Yeah. Not the logic or occult background, though. Well, a little bit of the occult background. A little bit of occult background. Not the law. Look, everything else is fine. The law background, no. The memory of McDonald's, good riddance. I think the amulet is meant to be fueled by things that are important. But that would be funny to be like, all right, sense of taste. Diet Coke. And that way I'll never crave a Diet Coke again. Good riddance. Get rid of that shit. What is it about Diet Coke? It actually makes me mad. Some of you are going to be like, I don't like Diet Coke. That's fine. Why do so many people, including me, love the taste of Diet Coke? What is it? What's about that? Artificial sweeteners? Sure, but lots of things have artificial sweeteners and don't taste as good as Diet Coke does. I stopped drinking Diet Coke in my late teens. It was the best decision. Yeah, it was probably a good call. I stopped drinking Mountain Dew after college, and that was the right call. And now when I drink Mountain Dew, it tastes so weird to me now. But if you were with me back in the early days of my YouTube channel, you know that almost every video in the background there was like 12 to 24 cans of Mountain Dew. It was a problem. Yup, yup. Mountain Dew also changed the recipe. When? We're finding out so many things. Brussels sprouts changed in the last 10 to 20 years. Mountain Dew changed. When? Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Brussels sprouts apparently are grown to be less bitter now than they used to be. I was saying that I know a lot of people who, as adults, really love Brussels sprouts, but didn't as kids. And I was saying I grew up with Brussels sprouts. I've always liked them. So I was curious about that. And somebody was like, well, Brussels sprouts have also changed since you were a kid. And I was like, pardon? Wasn't that yesterday, or is my brain lagging? Us talking about Brussels sprouts? That was today. It was about 2 hours ago. Have you seen the Brussels sprout holiday obsession since moving to the UK? No. Sam's family doesn't really like Brussels sprouts. I love them and have always loved them. So, but no, Brussels sprouts aren't like a big deal for Sam's family. In the same way that almost no one in Sam's family drinks tea. I know. Wild, right? We did have pancakes yesterday. I promised Clarky. She found out Pancake Day was a thing. And I said, kiddo, when Pancake Day comes back around, we will have pancakes for dinner. And then I dropped my kid off at school and I got a text in the fam chat that said, how many pancakes are we all eating today, kids? And I was like, fuck. So I went to the store and grabbed syrup because I knew we had no syrup in the house, syrup and a couple of other things, and made a big batch of pancakes for dinner. And my kid, my child, she went really ham and put both syrup and honey on her pancakes at first, and then was like, wow, that's way too sweet. And we were like, yeah, no doy. But I ate them. And then she was like, maybe I just want honey. Took another pancake, put honey on it, and was like, no, that's also too sweet. So I also ate that one. And then Sam was like, maybe syrup. But how about this time I'll hand you a pancake and we'll put a tiny dollop of syrup on your plate and then you can dip into the syrup. And she was like, okay. Dipped into the syrup and was like, nah. And in the end, just ate the pancakes with nothing on them, which is exactly what I do. So, yeah, that was definitely a, my child moment. She didn't want anything on them. She just wanted them plain. Keep in mind, we do not make the UK pancakes. We don't make the crepe pancakes. We have in the past, but I just make American pancakes. So no, they're not the kind that you would put like sugar and lemon on and then roll them up or anything. Lemon and sugar is good. It is good. Yeah, yesterday I was like, yeah, like American style pancakes, and by that I mean like the kind of thicker ones, right? And someone was like, those are Scottish pancakes actually. It's like, okay, I'm from America, so I'm gonna say they're American style pancakes, but if the Scottish ones are the same, that's also fine. My bud likes Cheese Whiz on his. My kid came home and said one of her really good friends from school put cheese all over her pancakes. And I was like, that's tight. The Brits are wild. You can also make pancakes with bacon. That's good. That's good shit. I tried to make a cheese waffle yesterday, a chaffle or a chuffle, if you will. That did not go well at all. I destroyed it. My child tried some and was like, that's disgusting. You really fucked that up, Mom. And I was like, I agree. I definitely did. One sec. Oh, God. What happened to playing Seasons? There's a whole lot of shit going on at my house right now. And one of those shits, I think, is about to leave. So I'm just kind of waiting them out. Oh, there's a hole in my goldfish bag. What the fuck? I went to open it and a goldfish fell out and I was like, where did that come from? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just turning into one of those days where I'm like taking really long BRBs and shit, and I hate that. So I guess we'll just chill. We're just chilling. I love fishes because they're so delicious. Gone goldfishing. I'll swap it to just chatting again. Since I don't know how long we're going to be stuck here in this world. Oh my God, and there's a message from my mother-in-law. I can't right now. I can't. I'm emotionally tapped out. Yeah. For those of you who've just swung by, I spent the whole morning trying to chase up some medication for a non-emergency thing for my kid. Called so many things, went to so many pharmacies, finally got the meds. Went to one other place, got home, and realized, oh my God, I have to stream now. Came into the house, started streaming, and then had a message from the car guy being like, hey, I from 20 minutes ago, before I saw the notification saying, hey, I'm here. I don't think that your doorbell is working. And I was like, oh my God, that's right. Somebody was coming by to do the car today. So I texted him like, hey, are you still anywhere nearby? And he was like, yeah, I'll double back. So went out, let him in, came back. And then about 30 minutes went by. And then another person doing some maintenance was like, hey, I'm outside. I don't think your doorbell's working. And I was like, fuck. So today's just been hectic, dude. It's just been a hectic day by accident. I didn't expect it to be as hectic of a day. It's the jacket. I think it's the jacket. I called this upon myself, you know? This is what you get when you put on a cool jacket. Yeah. The jacket's a drama magnet, you know? The jacket's like, I am the main character and I will make life hell today. 'Cause that's growth. No one has complimented my jacket in For Real's life, no. But that's okay, I don't need them to, because I know it's cool. You became a Final Fantasy Pro tag and side quests appeared. It's true. Watson. Do you want to see her with her little beeper on her neck? Come here, baby. She's got a little booper on her neck so that she won't lick, huh? So that she won't lick her spots while she's on her steroids. Baby girl. Look at those purrs. You okay? There you go. I'll give you some more room. She tried to just squeeze by something and the and the thing got caught. We have one of those that looks like a slice of buttered toast. That sounds amazing. Yeah. It's to keep her from licking. Because otherwise, the vet was like, if you don't put something on her while she's on the steroids, she'll just keep licking them and the steroids won't do anything, really. Because she's just re-irritating them over and over again. My poor girl. She looks at me with so much like, I can't believe you've done this, you know? She will not. I tried to like, you know, squint eye at her as like a, I love you. Hello, I love you. And she just went, like, almost made her eyes wider to spite me. Fair enough. You've betrayed me, mother. Seriously. Look at me. Look at me. What can Dukes do against such reckless hate? Truly. I wish we could explain to our pets that it's for their own good because we love them. Yeah. I think she knows. I think she knows I love her. Look, she was able to curl up and take a long nap. I do know that. So it's not so uncomfy that she can't just like crash like she always does. Hi. Look at your little bubble. You want to be on my lap? You can. Come on then. Here we go. Here we go. And look at that. And look at that. Your little spot looking better already. One day in. Love that for us. She's gonna sit on my lap. She can't be that mad at me. Oh my god, she's leaving. Why did I say anything? I really did. Girly rubbing her face against the goldfish. Oh, she's coming back around. Round 2. Here we go. You can try again. Okay. Cats do be like that. Cats do be like that. I think her neck is itchy. Scratch. I'll scratch around where the bubble is. Here we go. Does that feel better? Does that feel better? There you go. Okay. Steroids can be magical. Yeah. Did Sherlock react to his sister looking different? No, Sherlock never cares. Sherlock doesn't do the weird thing that Watson does. Well, it's not weird. It's a lot of cats do it, but like if Sherlock goes to the vet, which he is going for a checkup tomorrow, if Sherlock goes to the vet and comes home because he smells slightly different from being at the vet, Watson will behave like she has never seen this man in her life. She'll be like, "Who are you? Stranger?" She'll bat at him. She'll hiss at him. She'll be so mean to him when it's like, this is the same boy you've lived with for 9 years. She's like, I don't know this man. I've never seen this man in my life. Meanwhile, Watson came home from the vet, has a balloon around her neck, is like eating weird food. And Sherlock's like, what's up? Welcome home. I don't know, cats. That was my cat, and I would take them both at the same time. Yeah, I wanted to take them both at the same time. But when you try to schedule that shit, for whatever reason, they're like, please don't bring them in please don't bring both of them in unless it's both for the same thing. So I wanted to take them at the same time and get Sherlock's checkup at the same time that we were getting like Watson's skin thing sorted. But they were like, unless they both have the same skin condition or are both just getting a general checkup, please bring them in individually. And I was like, okay. This hairstyle, I have no clue. I don't know what you would call this. It's funny how much cats rely on their noses. I know. The Yusuke Urameshi. Oh my god. Oh my god, the true OG. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. For those of you who don't know who Big Head is, we have one of those like dolls that's like from here up, like a bust, that's like a giant Barbie head basically that you can like, where you can like do the hair that's on it, and we call her Big Head. So Big Head, yesterday, Clarky was like, can we turn Big Head into Ariel? I was like, what do you mean by that? And she was like, can we dye her hair red? And I said, well, it might never come out. She might be Ariel forever. Do you want her to be Ariel forever? And Clark was like, what if we take our paint set and we paint her hair instead? And I was like, I also don't know how that would go. It's synthetic hair. So like, I don't know if that would come out either. I do have chickens. I have 3 chickens. I dream of giving them a better life. Currently, they're in a little coop together. They seem happy enough. But I want to give them big coop, and big run. We used to have 5, but a weasel got one. Oh my gosh. Is this the day Dodger loses to Wordle? Oh my god, I haven't Wordled in forever. Should we Wordle? Oh my god, it's been forever. Let's see. Okay, I got a bunch of grays and 1 green, so that works. Okay, 2 yellows and a green. Oh. Okay, got 2 greens now. I'm trying to think what words this could be. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. I've got 3 greens now. No. Maybe? Got it. Nice! Still got it, baby. But it took me 5. It took me 5 to get it. Oh, he's putting his stuff back in his car. I think he's about to leave. My streak! Gamer. I've never tried Wordle. Does everyone have the same prompt at the same time? Yeah, that's why I don't show it, because there's like a daily Wordle, right? So if I show it, then I'm showing everybody what the word is for the day if I get it. And thus defeating the joy of playing the game. So everyone has the same word every day. I play Worldle more because I know maps better than words. Oh, man. My wife found a new word game called Contexto. That's really fun and challenging. Contexto, huh? Oh. Oh. I think I've seen other people play this before. So you like type a word and it tells you like how far away from the actual word you are. Wait. I know it's not fun to just like watch me type things and not be able to see what I'm doing, but let's try it. Calculating. Oof, yikes. Okay. Nope, even further away. Closer. 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 Oh my god. Okay, this is fun. Nope, further away. I don't know this word. Okay, so it can only be one word. It can't be like a two-prong thing. Oh my god, that's really close. No, further away. No, way further away. Okay, wait. This is really fun. I'm 9 guesses in. What is really... Oh my god. What is really similar to this? Does it say letters or is it like a hot cold system? So you type in a word. So the number 1 is the word. You type in a word and it gives you a number, and that number corresponds to how close or far away contextually the word you typed in is to the actual word. So for example, if I type in the word milk and it says 3,468, I know, okay, this word is nothing like milk. This is not milk at all, right? So then maybe I'll go dirt. And maybe when I type in dirt, it says 50. And you're like, that's way closer to dirt. Okay. So now what are things associated with dirt? Let's like try to like focus in, right? The last word that I did was 19. That's like pretty freaking close. But I'm trying to think of a word that is... Okay, that word's closer. No, way further away. Wait, that word is so vague, though. The vaguest word has been the closest so far. No, way further away. I'm playing Contexto while we wait for this car man to leave. I got it in 17 guesses. Okay, I'm on guess number 12. What the fuck is similar to this word that isn't a word I've already used? No, not that at all. I don't know this word. Okay. I literally don't know what word to do next. No. I'm on guest number 39. Makes me feel better. I'm 99% sure we're stuck on the same word. I think contexto is probably like. Oh, you mean like you think we've both said the same word and we're now like, where do I go from here? Potentially. Oh my god. I got in 22 and I'm not sure how. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Dude, this also, I don't know why I play games like this on stream sometimes, because like it's not like I can talk through my thoughts out loud. It's not like I can do that. Okay, maybe we approach it differently somehow. Okay. No, nothing like that. Okay. Nope. It is fun, isn't it? Pick up Clarky. Bum 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 bum. You already guessed this word. Whoops. Okay, it's definitely a. I think. It's definitely a. Okay. No, nothing like that. This shit's taking longer than I thought it would. It's called contexto. Yeah, I'm still in the blues. I haven't gotten a green word yet. No. For real? No. Okay, no. I'm on guess 22. I cannot get anything closer than 12. I think I'm in like a bad. It's hard for me to like branch out from like how I got here. You know, I'm like stuck in a mental bubble. What's your closest word? I'm not going to say because a bunch of other people are playing it at the same time now. I'll be right back. I think he's leaving. BRB. Okay. I think we're good now. I think we might be good now because the other thing that's going on in the house won't be done until I'm done streaming. So I should we should be good. However, we only have like 50 minutes left of the stream now. So I guess we'll play more season, but we're not going to be able to get very far in it, unfortunately. So part of me is kind of like, should we just chill and like revisit this tomorrow when we can actually like sink our teeth in? Because I feel like it had such a like strong emotional start, and then we had to just like abandon it for all this time. So I think, yeah, let's just revisit it tomorrow so that we can actually like pay attention to it. And what is that? Look at this guy. Who does he think he is? I'm stuck at 7 on this dang word game. Okay. Great. We could have been dropping frames and downloading Returnal. You know what? Either way, there's 2 universes. There's 2 wolves. There's there's the one that spent all of this time waiting desperately for Returnal to install, and then there's the other one that started playing a really emotional game and then had to just stop and sit here and play Contexto instead. So both of them are going through it. Dude, I don't even know. Hold on. Let's get Contexto back up here. I have no fucking idea what this could be. 0, none. I'm 12 is the closest I've gotten. And no word that I'm thinking of is close at all. I got a hint and it made it worse. I'm going to use a hint. Give me a tip. What? What? Oh my God, it was nothing like what I thought. What? Oh, this infuriates me. I'm on 2. I have 2. I'm at 2 now. So the word that is at 2, that is 1 degree away from the correct word, right? Is part of a word that I tried earlier. And that's why it pisses me off. I tried a word with this word in it really early on. I'm like, if I had just done just the start of that word, I would have been fine. No, further away. Okay, further away. Will you show it at the end? I don't really want to in case people are doing it. Because there are people doing it right now. Yeah, I'm at guess 27. And I'm 1 degree of separation away. No, further. looking something up. Nope. No. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. No, way far away. There should be an option to view the closest words once you finish it. That would be cool. Yeah. Oh, you already guessed that word. Okay. I don't want help. No. The game is called Contexto. I'm learning that a lot of words aren't words. Yeah, I think there are some things that we combine into one word, but is not a word on its own, you know? The Wordle today annoyed me. The Wordle was okay for me. I'm ranting at my husband about this game. I'm also at 2. You're in good company. I think a bunch of us are stuck on 2. It'll make sense when you get there. I mean, I'm sure it will. It's just it's a context game, right? So I know what the 1 degree away word is and trying to think what other words contextually are super duper close to this word. And a lot of those words are nothing. I've got nothing. No. No. Okay. I got it. Oh my god. I don't like it though. I don't like it though. I don't like what it wound up being, but it's fine. The words, the sort of line of words that I got stuck on earlier and how I was thinking about what the word could be, I understand now why I wound up on that track because of what the final word is, but I want to scream, that's all. We're playing Contexto. So you're trying to guess what the word is based on how contextually close an AI believes that a word you picked is to the final word. It took me 34 guesses to get there. And 1 tip, I used a hint. Gives you a line of words that lead you in a direction, and then the final word is a whole different ballpark. I don't feel like that's true. I understand how it is similar to all of the words that I wound up like having higher up in the list, but me too. I got stuck on word number 12. And that came from, somebody said word 19. I got 19 as well, and then got to 12 and was like, where do I go from here? And it was a different direction, but I understand why they are considered like close to each other. It's really hard to talk about this without just being like, these words. I understand why these words and these words combine to make this word, but I'm still mad about it because it's my first time playing it and I wasn't sure how the AI would be like choosing words. I feel like maybe in the future it'll be easier to play because I'll have an idea of like, okay, so like all of the words in the top 100 aren't necessarily going to have anything to do with each other. It's how close are those words to the final word. And sometimes it's imagining that the word is here. Sometimes words are really close, but from different directions, right? And the word itself is a circle. And so you have like all of these branching trees off of the word. And so a word that's really close here and a word that's really close here will have nothing to do with each other necessarily, but they're both close to the final word, you know? I'm on 5. I'm going to scream. I also got 5. Yeah. Get out of here, dude. I'm 2 points away. I believe in you. You got this. Oh, like in this game, nouns are a thing? Is that what you mean? I closed the tab and walked away. King shit. Okay. Yeah. I'll shove some things in there. Clarky said, asked please, can she have yogurt raisins in the car coming home? They're in our house in the snack drawer. I was like, you told daddy a different thing. And she was like, I don't want that. I want yogurt raisins. And I was like, okay, I will inform him. How's it going with the house? Are you close to having a move-in date? Yeah. We're supposed to, not to jinx it, but we're supposed to get our keys next Friday. That should be, because contracts have been traded. Monday is when we pay the rest of the deposit. We're waiting on something on the seller's end. She's trying to finalize a thing that is like associated with the house but has nothing to do with us. So we're just kind of waiting for that. And then we have a house. Which is wild, which is super duper wild. So Sam and I were doing the math and we were looking at each other like, in 2 weeks, we will have a house, but we will be very broke. We will have a house, but we will be very broke because quite a few things did not go according to plan. But you know what? That's apparently just how it goes. So fine. Thanks. They call it house rich here. Yeah. We will be house rich in a couple of weeks. It's, you know, it's one of those situations where, like, when hello.
Do you know where that tuna I brought home is?
You put it in the fridge. Huh?
You want some?
No, I'm okay. Good job. You want a treat? Sherlock's like, I want a treat. I didn't do anything, but I want a treat. Good job, kids. Yeah, like we're currently doing everything, but, like, you know, my in-laws are also going to be living there, and once their house sells, they will be contributing toward the mortgage and everything. And, like, my sister-in-law, and we have a couple of, like, side business situations that are going on currently that might not resolve for a couple of years, but then, you know, it's a there, you know, we know that stuff is going to even out, like, over time here. But at first, at least, we're like, it's fine. Sounds like a huge house. It is a farm. It's a farm. Yeah, it's going to be a multi-generational living situation, which we're very excited for. So it's a little farm that has a main house and an annex. So my in-laws are going to live in the annex and build onto it, and we're living in just, like, the main house. My sister-in-law, we have told her that if she buys, like, a little mobile lodge or whatever and wants to put it on the property, she can totally do that. So she would also be living there. We plan to put on whatever, like, she finds that is, like, the best fit for that. We might do a second one of those for my parents to stay in when they want to visit, so that they can do longer visits. So yeah, it's very cool. I'm really excited. It's the sort of like living situation that I had hoped for a while. More of like a community living sort of style thing. So yeah, things like having a huge garden, preserving food, all of those sorts of things that I have, like, a deep interest in, but really struggle to, like, maintain and do by myself. Will feel much more attainable when there are other people on the property that are also super interested in that. Because that's just not really Sam's bag, but my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, oh yeah, they're both super into that shit, you know? So yeah. Chickens will have a nice big coop with a big run. Clarky will have lots of space to play. It'll be great. I'm very excited. Yep, yeah, we're still in the United Kingdom. You're describing my sister's farm that she just sold. I assume your sister isn't a super, super old lady. Because that's who we're buying our farm from. I know it's not that, okay? I was like, how wild would that be? And then I remembered, no, because this lady's like 80 something. Not that that's out of the realm of possibility. I know that our community spans a big age range, but I was like, it's a pretty low possibility. Yeah, well, originally when I was talking about it, people were like, man, be careful, like living living with other family members and especially like in-laws, because you know sometimes that can really like put a strain on relationships. But we're not living in the same house, on the same property, but not in the same house. So I did go to the gym a lot to get out of the house, and I got buff just to get away from your family. That's pretty funny. Whatever works, you know? I told Sam that there's an MMA place that's like, it's not close to us, but you know, not so far that I wouldn't drive it. I was like, what if I just like started going to MMA classes? What if Clarky started going to MMA classes? Because they do them for once you turn 5, you can start taking like mixed martial arts fundamentals. So I was like, Sam, you could take Clarky to martial arts, because both Sam and I did martial arts and we both loved it. Sam shared some of his progress pics the other day. He's doing great. I know. Yeah, he's very happy. Did you get back to ballet? She did. We were warned that the kids were had already started working on a new routine, and Clarky might be a little bit lost. But I was like, I do not think she'll care. I think she'll just be excited to be there. So I've seen 5-year-olds play football. I can only imagine MMA. Yeah. Yeah, my kid is just winding up being like a little Renaissance child. She's like, I want to do art. I want to do ballet. I want to do singing. I want to do tennis. I want to do martial arts. And we're like, okay. All right. We're down to like help you try whatever you want to try and see what sticks, you know? And she has done things before and gone a few times and been like, I don't like that. I don't want to do that anymore. That's fine. No soccer? No. No soccer. No football. That's the litter box. That's the litter box, dude. I'm sure she can incorporate all of those into one thing. Yeah. I mean, once we have the space, I think, you know, it'll make sense to get like a little goal and stuff to put outside when the kids come over. Mixed martial arts and crafts. Cute! You guys are much more clever than me. Mixed martial arts and crafts. I never would have thought of that in a million years. That's very good. Full contact chess. Beat the snot out of someone with glitter. Bro, sorry. The, what am I thinking of? What the fuck was I gonna say? The charity shop that I went to today after I got my kids' medicine, they had a bag, an open bag with a scoop in it. And I was like, this looks like just a bag of glitter. And I looked on the front and it said gold glitter on the front, like a huge bag that was just open. And I was like, if the wrong fucking person knocked that over, why is this just out in the open? What is going on here? Harry, yay! Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Be that person. Just kick it over. Oh my god, who did that? Little JC, is something wrong with Jesse Cox? No, people were saying that my hairstyle makes me look like I'm cosplaying as little JC. So, you know. I was visiting the US. All I saw on Twitter was Sam talking about food. No, I'm okay.
How many did you eat?
Of these? Not that many because they're crunchy and I don't want people bailing because I'm crunching too much.
Why are you in a leather jacket? And you slicked back? Did you commit a crime?
I went after I had a fucking time trying to get Clarky's medication this morning. But the pharmacy, the original pharmacy that you went to was where it wound up being in the end. And I wanted to scream. Anyways, but right next to it is like a huge charity shop that I really like. So I slipped in there just for fun. This is intended for a 12-year-old and it fits me perfectly. And I got it for $4. So
you had trouble getting her medication.
Yep, and then I retail therapy.
And then you joined the cast of Grease.
And then I joined the cast of Grease. A bunch of people are telling me I look like Jesse's Final Fantasy XIV character, so
Yeah,
I got humbled really quickly.
You kind of look like
Lil JC.
Lil JC.
Yeah.
Full circle, I did marry Jesse in the end, so.
Cute.
You sure you don't want tuna mayo, red onion, and tomato sandwich? You're above that.
Okay, I'll have it.
No, if you don't want it.
No, I'll have. I thought you were just taking tuna straight out of the can and just eating it when you.
What the fuck would I offer you tuna in the can?
I don't know. You've done that before. I'm not judging.
Fresh baguettes.
That's great. Yeah, I'd love one. Thank you. He has done that before, though. He was like, I'm going to have tuna. Do you want tuna? And I was like, just the tuna? No, thank you. And then he comes in here like, are you not hungry? What's wrong with you? Why do you not want tuna mayo with red onion and tomato? I was like, that's not what was pitched. I was pitched tuna. Sam lives on the other side of the tracks. You can't date him. It's too late. Ugh. Tuna is a far cry from In-N-Out. You know, the In-N-Out was delicious, though. We did have In-N-Out, and it was great. Yeah, we had a lot of food. We had a lot of food when we went to America. And I was saying the day that we got, well, the first day that I streamed after we got back, I was talking about how I've been back to America a couple of times since we moved, and neither time have I like really pursued having like fast food really. But go there with Sam. This was Sam's first time back in America in like 3 years or whatever. Went back with Sam, and Sam was like, here's my checklist. I am having Taco Bell. I am having Wendy's. I am having In-N-Out. I would like to go get Milk Duds. We need Tim's Cascade jalapeno chips for you. We need this. We need that. We need this. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Why have I not had any of those things? We got into Los Angeles and stayed overnight with Jeannie and Isaac, and they were like, we're getting you good Mexican food. Oh my God. I had a burrito about this big. It was incredible. At a certain point, I deconstructed it and just opened it up and started eating just the innards, and everybody really clowned on me hard. Yeah, it was great. Did you bring back instant noodles? I did not, but I did find Shin Cup ramen at the store yesterday, and I was like, what the fuck? There were only 2 of them left, and they were in the discount section, and I was like, what? Just like the little cups. I've never had a Shin Cup ramen. I've had like the Shin pack ramen, but never a cup. So I was like, I'm getting those. So I got the last of those. Probably never see them again. Did you go to the diner you talked about? CJ's? We did not go to CJ's. Jeannie no longer lives anywhere near CJ's. We had no reason to drive by CJ's, so we called it a wash. But we are trying to plan a longer just LA trip at some point. We'd really like to do that. Yeah, the Mexican food is so good. We miss it a lot. Thank you, my love. I didn't realize that you were making tuna mayo, so I got confused. But I appreciate. Why are you acting like you haven't ever just eaten tuna straight out of a can?
Because I do that, but I wouldn't offer it to you.
That's what someone in chat said. Someone was like, why would Tam offer you that?
From my can? Instead of making tuna mayo, he wants something, and you were like, no. And I was like, she's lying.
Thank you very much, my love.
Love you.
I love you too. Oh my God, when we got back, we had so many eggs. So many eggs. And Clarky went to play with our nephew, and I texted his parents being like, hey, do you guys want eggs? We have like an extra dozen eggs. And they were like, oh my God, yes. It's like, thank God, because we would never get through this many eggs. I know. That's why I was like, I bet someone will take the eggs because they're so expensive right now. Yeah, they're super expensive here. But our chickies are just, they're producing, dude, so. I try to make a lot of my own pumpkin puree when pumpkins are in season because it's good for cats, it's good for chickens, it's good for basically everybody in this house, so. I made as much of the animal stuff, like, self-sustaining as possible before we left. The chicken food is in, like, a big, like, feeder thing. The water is in a big feeder, so we just swapped out the water once while we were gone. So with the chickens, it was just letting them out of the coop and into their run. And, like, you know, changing their bedding and grabbing the eggs, right? And for the cats, it was just feeding them because we've got the automatic litter box. And I expected that it wouldn't need to be changed except for once. So yeah, for the most part, I think our animals were pretty easy to take care of, I think. No, our chickens don't just eat forever. I should probably change my title. I'm making people think that something happened to Jesse's character. There. I've changed it. I'm not doing bees. No. I won't be able to just, like, behave normally around bees. I'll plant a bunch of stuff for the pollinators. We'll get some natural meadow shit going on. Absolutely. But I'm not having beehives to take care of. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll have bats instead. That makes sense. Thank you, Brett. How are you, bud? Brett says I look like a badass.
Huh?
Brett said I look like a badass.
Did you not decipher that from what I said? I said you look like you committed a crime. That's cool.
Oh, thank you.
And I said you were the cast of Grease. Also cool.
Thank you. You said it in a derisive way.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it less cool.
This is very good, honey. Thank you.
I know. Actually, I don't know because I don't have time to eat mine. I have to go get plugged.
You should have eaten yours instead of making me one, but I appreciate your time and attention. Arnar, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I hope you're okay, bud. Thank you, thank you. It was BSL. Yes. Obscurum as well. Thank you for gifting a sub to Brett. Yeah. Arnar with the float by. That's a good way to put it. My fiance has a hearing issue that will cause her to go deaf. She's done really well learning, but I'm having some issues. I think it's great that you're learning alongside her. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a whole new language to learn. And it, at least to me, feels like there are less. Bye, darling. There are less resources to learn BSL than there are ASL. Yeah, earlier I was saying there's a lot that I've forgotten, but like I can say, my daughter's name is Clark. My spouse's name is Sam. I don't remember how to do my name, which is hilarious. No, that tuna's not for you, my darling. It's just for me. I remember how to say B. I know. Welcome to the cat gang. We have 3 chickens. And we have 2 cats. Yeah. Things that I've said on oh no. I'm trying to remember. I know that this is the last part. I'm trying to remember how to say non-binary. This is part of it. Is this all of it? No. I can't remember. Yeah, the non-binary is finger guns predominantly, which is pretty funny. Y'all were talking about pharmacy troubles earlier. I was like, should I be worried about my trip? The answer is yes, I should have been. They didn't have our script. I have truly cursed everybody. Every person in chat who's been like, I have to pick up a thing later. I hope that it goes well for me, has come back and been like, it did not go well. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this to all of us. Yeah, this non-binary. There's a BSL video that I saved a long time ago that was a lot of like symbols for queer identities and stuff, but I can't remember them. I think this is dog. Yeah, I can't remember a lot of them. The famous queer identity dog. Yeah, dog. That just reminded me of a friend of mine took a screenshot of like a Discord that they're in, and everybody in the Discord has their, it's just like a small friend group, but everybody has their pronouns. And one of them says he, him, puppy as their pronouns. And I was like, that's good. I like that. Yeah, I don't think that she's here right now, but Telly has been like so invaluable with that. Telly knows a lot of BSL because she's nonverbal sometimes, and so she learned BSL to have another way to communicate. She was talking about how like it's weird because she like learned how to, you know, she's basically fluent in BSL, but she has to be around another person who understands the BSL in order for it to be beneficial. So she has this like great wealth of knowledge about British Sign Language now, but realize it's not always helpful, but it is helpful with like the people who are close with her, you know? Sometimes like it can be caused by it can be like a trauma response. It can also be there are different forms of neurodivergence where depending on situations you find yourself like unable to find the words to like speak or talk about things. It can be a panic response, right? There are lots of reasons that somebody might suddenly just not be able to talk necessarily. So trying to figure out like what's another option for that. We were talking about this earlier because there's a lot of people feel that this is a really good option for little kids. If you teach little kids sort of basic sign language, even if they talk a lot, when they get really upset and they have trouble like communicating how they're feeling because you use a different part of your brain to sign, they would be able to at least sign like a basic thing to you to sort of help you understand what's going on with them. You know, with adults, it can be the same, where like if you have trouble speaking, potentially you can still sign something. But yeah, there's a variety of reasons, and so depending on the person and the sort of situations in which that happens, you know, you might explore different ways to still communicate with people that, you know, that you want to like, if you need them to know what's going on with you, right? Yeah, I mean, even if, and again, I'm not part of the deaf and hard of hearing community, and I don't speak sign language. You know, I don't know a sign language fluently. I'm not part of that community, so trying not to like talk out of my ass. But people talk about like a universal sign language a lot. While I think that would be awesome, I think we would still have the same thing happen that happens now, which is that within small communities, people would still come up with their own individual signs, right? Just like with verbal language, you would wind up being like, well, I know the universal sign language, but then you would go to America and they would have their own like slang. You would go to Ireland, you would go to, you know, Mexico, wherever, and they would have their own slang incorporated into the sign language that you would then have to learn, right? You would still wouldn't, like, maybe people could communicate generally, but like there would still be a lot that gets like changed over time, you know? Language is tied to culture, so having a universal one is very hard, signed or audible. Absolutely. I mean, you can say that in America, you know, that everybody speaks English, but like there are different forms of English in America, right? It's the same as where I'm living now in the United Kingdom. Things just skew, and communities come up with their own ways to communicate with each other for X, Y, or Z reason. So that also happens with sign language. 135 guesses and I got it. Yes. I'm proud of you. You're really stuck with it, dude. Hi, Sherlock. What you doing, buddy? He's like, I'm just here to smell the tuna. I'm just here to enjoy the ambiance, you know? Nearly the top of the hour. What a weird stream this has been today. I had so many good intentions. We will have D&D later. That'll be happening in 2 hours. So that'll be a thing. Yeah, we did quite a few things, you know? But so that I'm able to chill a little bit in between. Let's read everything off, and then I'll send you to someone else. Raid Leader is open if anybody would like to grab it. Aburi, we read this earlier, but I'll read it again. It's my birthday. I couldn't ask for a better birthday gift than the wholesome people of this Twitch community that I'm a part of. Like you awesome and wonderful cat gangsters. Thank you very much, Aburi, and a happy birthday. It's time for Resist to come back. I had my interview and it went really well. Congrats! Somebody else said that they had an interview today and it went really well, so that's great. Good vibes, good vibes. We cursed the pharmacy people. We cursed everybody that had to go get medication. But everyone that had an interview apparently crushed it. So, you know what? There's always goods and bads. All right. Calrissian, thank you again for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Yakos, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Welcome to the Cat Gang, everybody. Sheyenan, thank you for the 4 months. Guts Berserk for the 7. Umraz the Pink Bear, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Synergist, thank you for the 8. Zeratin for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support and the love. Jay Pretorius for the 62. Raving Stock Monkey for the 4. Gabro for the 32. Hurricane for the 15. Imthams for the 66. Trueheart for the 85. HK Harp for the 70. Crockett's Dota for the 45. Pyro Wolf Point for the 43. Velxer for the 29. Exactly for the 13. Blair, thank you again for the raid. If anybody stuck around after Blair's raid, I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time with us. Paper Stained Ink, thank you for the 58. Sister Shiley for the 19. Greedo for the 40. Weapon for the 28. Bifrost for the 1 year. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support. Southern Vices for the 67. Harry Yay, welcome to the Cat Gang. Again, thank you very much for subscribing. Obscurum and Arnar, thank you for the gifted subs. Blonde Fox for the 81. Jolly Chloe for the 1 year. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much. Durdana for the 26. And Mackenzie, thank you for the 105. Oh my gosh. Mackenzie, been around forever. Thank you guys very, very much. If you were gifted a sub today, please take the time to find out who it was and say thank you. If you look in the, I think it'll be up here. On the top right of your screen, there should be like your little profile picture and then a couple icons next to it. One of those shows everything that's happened to your account. One of the things that it'll show you is who gifted you a sub. So double check if you were gifted a sub and find out who it was, and you can say thanks. Berry Crunch. Let me go look. Oop. Berry Crunch. They're not streaming anymore. They aren't live. They're not streaming anymore. I give your points back. He just disconnected. Okay, there's your points back. Okay, I will find someone. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Spats was in here earlier. Let's go say hi to Spatula. Spats is awesome. Super cool friend. She makes VTuber models and does art stuff, and is very chaotic and cute. So go say hi, spread love, spread joy, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Unless you're looking for some D&D later. I'm on a show called Last Call, and it co-streams here, so you can come back in a couple of hours and watch that if you're looking. Okay, cool. Take care of yourselves, guys. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
You fine cat-loving, coffee-drinking burrito babe.